Hello, everyone, and welcome to another session of Roll for Damage, where a group of us geeky friends decided to get together and showcase our storytelling through Dungeons and Dragons for all of the interwebs. We don't really have any major announcements this week. Just another week going forward. Given that, I guess we'll jump right in to our session of Roll for Damage. All right, let me get some music on, and we can get into things. I hate when Roll20 does this. It opens literally every folder of music. I have to close them all. Okay. Down. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Okay. So, last time the group had finished their trial at the Temple of Ballora, the Arbor of Dawn, and had been sent back to the village to recuperate, regather their thoughts, and decide what they were going to do next. Quinn figured out which path he wanted to take and eventually took an oath to become a champion for a goal rather than for a faith or a deity itself. With the promise of their magic and their divine abilities helping him when he would call upon them for the right reasons. The group partook in a feast where they were welcomed as members of the Jilra Oshadin and told that they were welcome back at any point if they ever saw themselves in that part of Aotenya once again. The group convened with one another, tried to learn a little bit more about each other, and finally decided to make their way to Zuma with the help of the Jilra, who were able to travel them there through nature-based magic. Getting to the city, they were wished good luck and given freedom to roam, where they initially headed into a tavern and gathered some information as to what exactly was around the city and where they should go. After getting rooms at the tavern in the Searing District, which they had learned, they ended up moving on towards a potion shop. And once they got to this potion shop, stepped inside and were greeted with a tall woman who owned the shop and welcomed them. There were also free samples, which Bal'taem partook in right away, and seemed to become enamored with Cynric. The group finished their conversation with the head of the shop before stepping outside with Cynric and Bal'taem on their way to the Aquine district, where there are boats and aquariums and aqueducts and other things of aquatic nature. And that is where we pick up. So, the rest of you are standing sort of in the street as you watch Cynric and Bal'taem begin heading down the street away from you in the direction that they had been pointed by Heather, the head of the shop that you had just been inside. So, what would you like to do?
I mean, I just want to see what's going on with, with the, yeah. So yeah, what are those two?
I would like to spend my vacation at the library.
Okay, so Oriana, you're heading off towards the library that I don't think you were given directions to it. You know one exists.
I will ask for directions of a local person who seems to be knowledgeable in such things.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
If I see Oriana's headed to the library, I'm actually going to go with her because I need her help to do some research.
Okay.
Yeah, I needed to go there at some point as well, but I wanted to see how this date played out. But I suppose we're going there, so let's do that.
Okay.
Oriana is fine getting the spark notes later.
Campion is going to go back to the hotel room and start making these potions. Or the one potion right now.
Okay.
Cool.
Cool. So you head back towards the Golden Cook. The three of you ask around, and you are pointed towards the Prime District and given directions as to how to get there. And Cynric and Bal'taem, you are heading off to the Aquine District. So let's start with you. So you begin walking down the streets together, following the directions. Takes maybe, where you are, 15 or so minutes to get to the district. And you notice, as you kind of walk between the two, there is a drastic difference between these two places, where the Searing District was very militaristic, and the sort of the denizens were very much more dressed in these like reds and yellows and oranges, and many people were wearing like armors and weaponry. When you get to the Aquine District, you see various sort of iconography of like flowing water and rivers. You see much more greenery. You see various fountains that are decorating the areas. And there are various statues and symbolism depicting various creatures creatures and magics of like aquatic nature. And you see like where the Searing District was very clear cut with like hard lines in the buildings, and everything very sort of almost mechanically placed for tactical sort of creation. This flows, each building sort of flows into the next, and some are actually connected, much like waves in an ocean or a river. And you do see that the clothing and the colors of the people of this district as you walk through, well, you do see various different colors from obviously people that are traveling between. There are a lot of like blues and greens, as if taking part in like the foaming of the seas and waters. So you make your way in. As you step inside, you do see like various small shops, but eventually you find yourself walking through a residential district before you come out to sort of the port area, where it's not a port for shipping so much as where there are small boats for fishing or you see like paddle boats and people just on the docks like enjoying themselves. You see various carts and vendors selling their wares along this area. You do see like a larger building off to the side, close by. Seems to be a couple of maybe warehouses as well, but it seems fairly nice. You see a lot of people sort of walking about, enjoying the weather and enjoying themselves. What would you like to do?
I'm kind of like this whole time walking. I'm like pretty close to Cynric, like not like just like near him,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm kind of doing that thing where like whenever I think he's not looking, I'm kind of like looking at him, and kind of like looking away if he ever does look at me.
This is so sweet.
That's cute.
So I didn't really have a plan for this. Did you I know you like the water, so
You know, under normal circumstances, you're very go with the flow. I would definitely think this district kind of suits you, but right now you're not very go with the flow. You're more flustered.
I'm a little nervous. To be honest, I got a weird feeling in my stomach.
I mean, do we need to stop for a restroom? I'm sure there's one over here.
It's not that type of feeling. No. I mean, whatever you want to do, I'm fine with that.
I want to go look at some of the shops and see if there's places that sells like hats.
Yeah, easy enough to find. You ask a couple of people around the area, and they point you to like a small vendor that has like a cart on the side of the the road, or the dock area, sort of like the boardwalk, I guess you'd call it. And he's just standing there. You see it's not a huge hat shop, but he's got various hats on like turnstiles that are connected to his cart. And he sees you walk over and says, interested in a hat. How can I help you?
So there was this gentleman at the inn we're staying at that had a really nice top hat.
Top hat?
Looking, something more on the fancy side.
Well, I'm sure we can find you something here. Okay. And you see him like turn the turnstile around, and you do see there are a couple of styles of top hat. There's like one that's like quite large, another one that's sort of like regular, and has like a red sort of like ribbon around the edge of it, just before the brim. And another that's white color that has a black sort of band with kind of like almost like a bow tie on it. These are the styles we have. Can I interest you in one of these?
So I'll look over at Bal'taem. So which one would fit you? I think the one with the red kind of band would be better.
I mean, you're saying it would look good on me? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I'll trust your judgment.
Why don't you try it on, sir? I'm sure you'll look just fine in it.
I'll take the hat. No.
He has like a mirror. He like turns the turnstile, and you see the mirror, and you look at yourself, and it's a nice hat. Quite formal. It fits you
I
nicely.
do like a presentation, kind of like do a walk in a circle.
Yeah, I think you
Meanwhile,
look quite
giving a-
smashing.
Thumbs up.
Are you going to take
love
this
it.
one then, sir? And you, is there something you're interested in?
I was looking at the white one with the bow tie.
Ah, very nice. I see. God, should match his perfectly. And he hands you the other one so that you can try it on and look at yourself. Well, I think you are just a fine matching pair.
This is
So
great.
what's the damage here? Gonna
Tuesday.
take out the little.
For both hats,
coin purse.
5 silver.
Oh, that's it. Oh, okay.
Bal'taem looks at his purse and he's like, ooh.
Okay, I know you're perpetually poor. I don't have any silver, so I'll just hand him a gold.
Okay, he'll give you back 5. He'll give you back 5 silver.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you so much, sirs, and I hope you enjoy your purchase. You do look fine.
Absolutely. So where exactly were these boats that were, for rent?
There's various docks like off of the side, and you did see sort of like you see actually like just ahead of you. There's almost like a little boathouse, and you can see signage. You can't make out what the signage says from this distance, but you assume that is likely where you would procure one of these rowboats.
Okay. Well, shall we proceed?
Yeah, this is already starting off pretty well. Got some nice matching hats. I never been gifted something before like this. Yeah.
Well, I mean, who
Yeah.
would have thought that crazy person that stares us in our sleep would have, useful measurement?
That's quite helpful.
All right, so you guys head over to the boathouse, and there's a halfling woman sitting there and like in front of the counter, and at this distance you do see that it is there's like a menu for times and cost for taking out one of these, and it says for a 2-person rowboat, for a single person it is a copper an hour. For a 2-person, it's 3 copper, and then there's like ones for like larger groups. There's a couple of like windsail type boats, like smaller ones, but you have your pick.
I think I'll go with the rowboat.
Okay. So she just looks.
Because I
Yes.
don't think, Bal'taem will be able to help me sail
Can I
anything.
help you, good sirs? Aren't you looking just dapper?
Absolutely. Might as well when you're in a new city.
Ah, well, welcome to Zuma. If this is, I hope you're enjoying your time here. Would you like to rent a boat to maybe see the sights from the lake? You can get quite a beautiful view of the edge of the city if you row out just a little ways.
Ooh, can we do that? Sounds.
Well, that is the plan.
Okay. Also, there are certain canals that actually take you through this part of the district. You're welcome to use those as you see fit. It's pretty self-explanatory how to get through them. They don't take you too far, but go kind of in a circle around the district, if that interests you as well. You would like, I assume, a 2-person.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And how many hours would you like to?
Well, I mean, let's just say 2 just to be safe.
Okay. 2 hours? That is 6 copper, please.
And I'll hand her one of the silver pieces. And
Giant.
oh, sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, before we go off, I mean, we do like to adventure a little bit. Have you heard of any maybe unexplored or particularly nice places outside of the city that are worth going to see?
By boat or
Or
on
by
foot?
land? Doesn't matter.
Right. There is. Generally, the jungle can be quite dangerous, but there are a couple of areas. There's a grove just around the side of the lake. A lot of people go there for picnics or to enjoy a swim. There is a floral sort of gardenish area to the north. I'm just trying to get my northeast.
You said the grove was east?
No, the grove is west around the lake.
Sorry.
You can't miss it. If you head out of the gates of the Aquine district, right near the lake, and just continue the path. It's a well-trod path, so there shouldn't be too much of anything that should get in your way. It's often patrolled by the soldiers as well, so quite a safe travel. And then there's a sort of like a garden area, tended, not man-made, so to speak, more natural, but looked after by many denizens of the city, and that is to the northeast, out of the Zephyr district.
Okay, so everything out towards the...
I'm sure there are other
south
beautiful
and east.
Places elsewhere around the jungle, but I don't know how safe they are as passageways, as some of the jungle can be tenuous. And I've heard tale of some of the overgrowth in the east side causing problems for some of our soldiers and people out there. It seems to be quite difficult. I'm not really sure what's been going on, but I've heard tale of it. So you might want to just be careful of that.
So we avoid the east for now. Seems great.
Okay, well, here's 4 copper back, and here is your token. If you just head down the docks and hand that off to the boatmaster there, you will be given your vessel, and I hope you have a good time. If you wish to rent for longer, just bring it in, and we will be able to facilitate you.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Enjoy!
So I guess we're going to the dock.
Okay, so yeah, you just basically walk down from the boat area, and you see a man kind of like sitting there on a stool. He looks up, and he sort of grunts at you. Come to rent?
I'll hand him the token.
I see. And he turns around, and you see him tie off one of the boats, like take it off and pull it around to you and like hold on to it. And there's like a little stair step down from the dock as he like holds the boat, and he says, "Hop on in. Enjoy your time. Should have everything you need."
I'll motion to Bal'taem, after you.
I'll get in and kind of sit down in the boat.
And you watch as the gentleman like places 2 oars like to the sides of you, and then Cynric, I assume you get in after.
Yep.
And he does the same and places 2 oars. He says, "Best of luck," and he gives you like a little shove away from the dock so that you can kind of get started on your way.
Okay, so I guess what I want to do is kind of look, go through the canal at that point and see, keep an eye on the city as things are going on.
Yeah,
See points
sure.
of interest, stuff like that.
Okay. So you begin to row just a ways away from the dock, and you see a little entryway into one of these canals that go through the city. And go ahead and make both of you athletics checks for me, please.
Uh-oh. Athletics?
Yes,
Everything's
please.
going so well.
Yeah, that's a 16.
That's exactly what I wanted, actually. That's
So,
exactly what I wanted.
Cynric, you're
That's
trying
actually
to
what I
get
wanted.
yourself towards this canal, and Bal'taem is actually
I'm
rowing in the
like-
opposite direction of you.
That tracks.
Seems to be just staring at you, and not even paying really attention to the motions. And you
Yes.
actually start doing that thing where you're going, but you're just kind of like going in a circle, just like
Yeah.
around.
Maybe you don't touch those. just be on,
What?
exactly. Just, don't touch those. Let me.
Okay.
And yeah, I'll try and row by myself.
Okay, go ahead and make another athletics.
That's a nat 20 for a 27.
No problem. Yeah, you begin to right yourself. You use the oar to like turn yourself back, and you begin rowing and get yourself into the canal and begin making your way through the edge of the city. Initially, you pass by like this beautiful park and orchard, and you see that, and you see various people kind of sitting on benches. You see people having picnics. You see other people just variously like walking around, seemingly strolling. Some like having lunch. Some seemingly just going from place to place. But there are quite a few of this park initially is quite large and seems to house a lot of flora and fauna.
So, I noticed you have that weird trinket, and no one seems to really say anything. Any significance behind that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Finally.
Brought
Yes,
this
yes,
on
yes.
yourself.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. This is Claire. I pull out a little black cat Neko statue.
I assume that wasn't a real cat at some point.
We have a cat this is named after my family's cat, Claire. But no, it's not a real cat. It's a little trinket my parents gave to me. We have one at my sister has one, and then my parents have one. Mine's is black. It's to ward off evil spirits and death. My parents' one is orange to permit fertility, and my sister's one is gold for luck.
You seem to be the rather luck base. I think you and your sister may have gotten your cats mixed up.
Well, I wasn't always as lucky, and she seemed to have more of a golden touch than I did when we were growing up. So
Well, I mean, based on the mark that's on us, I would say you're pretty good at attracting dark spirits at this point.
yeah, it's really not working out too well as I had hoped.
You may want to request a refund. That's a joke, by the way.
It was I got it. It was funny. I just just darker thoughts, I guess. Was but yeah, it's nice. It's just a little memento I like to keep to myself. You
Bal'taem.
had
Make a wisdom save for me, please.
okay.
Oh boy.
What's the cat gonna do to you?
I don't care. I need to see this.
Wisdom save. Here we go.
Yes!
The way the breeze is blowing Cynric's hair is just it's very distracting, and you feel like there's too much distance, and you just really
That is a good point.
want to not any untoward, but
No, that's a good
you
point.
want to place your hand just gently on his leg.
Yeah, I
Just
just
me.
feel a little bit down. I'm gonna just kind of like, is there enough? Well, okay, this is a question. If this robo, like, would I be in the way if I try to like sit closer to him?
No,
If he was, like, rowing?
it's like a two-person, so you could sit side by side,
Yeah, I'm
or
gonna
you
try to
could
sit side
sit
by side and
across
kind of.
from each other. So yeah, you shift your weight and kind of like sit. You kind of get underneath of Bal'taem or Cynric's arm, or you kind of like move it off the oar for a second, and then place yourself
Yeah, just
sort
get
of
it
right next
closer.
to him.
Yeah, just get a little bit closer. Get just a little bit more.
And at this point,
You know,
the current of the canal is kind of keeping you going as well.
Do you really understand how boats work?
Not particularly, but
That's apparent. You may want to be on the other side so I can row.
well, I was a little cold, so I just thought maybe it's a little bit warmer next to you.
I mean, that's fair. I guess we'll just go in circles for a while.
I mean, we don't have to go many places. It's kind of nice right here. My point of view.
I'm going to continue to row one side so we row in circles. Just to
You're
illustrate my point.
You're actually, I mean, the way Bal'taem's sitting, you can put your arms sort of across him and still row with both arms.
Yeah, but I don't want to do that.
Just hug him.
Well,
a little
you're
bit.
not really going in circles. Like I said, there is kind of like this natural current that seems to keep the canal going.
Like
almost like think of like a lazy river. Yeah.
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 So you're kind of being guided gently down this area, and you do see you begin to finish up with that sort of park area and end up sort of at this point you see like beautiful cobblestone and stone walkways. You see children in the streets playing with balls and toys and things like that under their parents' supervision. People putting out sort of strings of probably clean clothes and things to dry during the day. People generally like walking the streets. You do see a few vendors with their carts walking to other destinations or setting down to get treats for children who are in the area, and you see that this is like a more residential district. Seems very, very beautiful. A lot of very nice houses, not ostentatious in the sense of like overblown, but seeming like happy families, and they've just found a good place for themselves. Like a good 2 to 3 bedroom home or whatnot. That they can just have a family in. A lot of them have like very nice yards. Often you see like blue and green type flowers growing in like pots outside. It's just a very nice visage in front of you.
Yeah, under certain circumstances, this place would actually be a nice place to live.
Have you ever thought about that, settling down? Maybe with someone special?
I have settled down multiple times now, so another time wouldn't be that big of a deal. Although this definitely looks much better than the village outside of Dash. Smells better too, that's for sure. Something about the smell of dead fish around.
I would assume that's not that pleasant, no.
But then again, nothing really beats the smell of, the fresh salt and spray from the ocean.
It's I'm starting to like it. You sort of smell like the ocean a little bit. This reminds me a little bit of you.
If you decide to take after Campion and smell or sniff me, I may remove you from this boat.
I won't smell you without your permission. That's a little too much, even for me, I would say.
Well, I mean, you can understand the thought.
Yeah.
Given the company we travel.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'm gonna be like trying to watch anything to find out how long this has been going on, because she said about an hour, right?
Yeah, you're probably at about half an hour at this point. You think like you're not sure exactly how precise this is, or how and you're not able to like keep time perfectly. You don't have a watch on you, but you
But
figure.
a watch is a thing in now, Tanya?
If there's
There's
artificers that can
Arcana,
make
yeah,
fucking
that's-
magical dogs, I would think.
I'm joking.
Watch-
I mean,
Watches
there
would
are
be a
also
thing.
guns.
Yeah.
There's guns.
So
And
clock-
I
ships.
didn't think to ask for a watch. Now I am.
I mean,
We're in a town.
I'm trying to remember my history if gunpowder came before or after clocks.
Yes.
But
Way after sundown's our thing.
yeah.
Anyway, so
Just
So,
continue,
yeah,
I guess, drifting along and trying to figure out, just like see what's in the city. I'm just, I'm not looking for anything specific, but given what she said about the kids muttering weird things, just kind of being on lookout and on guard and trying to,
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't notice
Also make-
anything strange as you're like watching through the residential district as you're like kind of being guided along. You do see a couple of other boats of people that seem to be enjoying the weather and the day as well. You actually see a couple of boats docked. So this canal is like fairly wide. and you see a couple of boats docked outside some of these houses, as if people own them and use them themselves to travel around if they wish, or just for enjoyment. You also do see a couple of boats where there are other people rowing them, and you see like a group of people kind of being leisurely taken through the canals to certain areas. As you kind of like pass out of sort of this residential area, you do start to see more people. It seems to be a more commercial district, or at least business area. You see a few places. One of the places that you kind of see just from the corner of your eye, like as you're kind of looking, is it looks like it has like sort of smoke billowing out a chimney in its roof. It's hard to make out the sign as it's like further down the way, but it seems like a business of some sort. You see another building with sort of this blue roof off the way, and you do see a few people sort of going in and out. That one has again, making out the writing is difficult. It's also in a language that you don't know, but you see the visage, the iconography on the front of it, of a mirror with sort of water washing like out of it in sort of like a wave on it. Seems to be another type of business of some sort. And then you do see, as you're like passing through, a couple of clothing shops where you see some garments and like mannequins in the windows, sort of displaying their wares. You see
So those garment shops, would they look like they have like fancy clothes?
Yeah, some of them look more like travelers, but you do pass a few actually. And a couple of them have like very fine robes. You do actually see like a tuxedo almost in one of them. You'd have to go in further to see like what else they have, but yeah, you do see some sort of more finery in some of these shops. You also pass by a shop that seems to have like wooden carved pieces for your home, things like bowls and statues and things like that, almost like a woodworker, and you see that in one of the shops as well. You assume like that district might have a lot more within it, and you see like it bustling. It's just these are the ones that you can make out from the canal.
Shall we find a way to get up there, maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe some, nicer clothes than what we travel in, day out.
That'd be nice.
Is there a place to like dock, or like public dock, or do we have to walk all the way around?
You can find sort of an area similar to the one that you left off of at the main lake area, and there's a man kind of sitting there, and you can row yourself up to it, and he helps pull you in, and he says, you're taking a bit of time to peruse the shopping district.
Oh yes, absolutely.
All right, I can keep your boat here. Shouldn't be a problem. I'll tie you off, and hang on 1 second, and he'll like help tie you off, help you guys step out of the boat, and kind of like put it in an area where it's kind of like docked almost, and then he turns around and gives you a token, and he says, bring it back when you're ready. That will be your key to getting your boat back.
Now, just out of curiosity, can I turn this in with you, or do we have to turn this in back at the other place? If it comes to that.
If you're not looking to use it anymore, you can leave it with me, and we gather all of our wares during the evening roundup.
No, excellent. Just in case. Never know what's going to happen.
Of course, just bring it back.
and I want to go check out the fancy clothes store.
Okay. You guys get out of your boat and begin heading sort of back a little ways to where you saw that fancy shop. And you see it there. And it is called the Sea's Finery. And you step inside and you hear just a little cling. And you see a woman step forward. Blue skin, flowing sort of aqua hair, dressed in very nice robes, with this like sort of like sea foam and gold filigree on them. And she steps over and she says, "Hello. How may I assist you?"
Hi. I believe we're here looking for something to complement these wonderful hats we have.
Yes, very nice, very nice. Something quite formal, I assume?
Absolutely.
Okay. Over this way. And she steps you over, and it's quite a large shop. There are quite a few rows and racks of various robes, suits, dresses. But she brings you to a side of the store where, like, along the wall, there are a couple of mannequins, again, dressed in various formal suits. And then hanging on sort of a rack, more of the same, and in all different kind of colors and styles. You find, like seafoam green, you find blue, you find navy, black, like, traditional black, some with sort of like gold on the ends, like the edges of the lapels and things like that, some with like silver along the cuffs, but very, very nice clothing. And she says, these are our offerings, but obviously we would probably have to, if you pick one, tailor it to your needs to make sure that it fits you properly. But please, take a look at a style, and we can at least have you try something on, and then we can take it in or take it out as necessary.
I'll kind of look at Bal'taem. It's like, so what are you feeling particular for the robe, or maybe, something with pants?
I do like the freeing sensation of not having pants.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Most people who wear robes wear pants.
Oh.
I mean, I'm not one to judge, but generally you also wear pants, but you don't have to. If you would just like to try on the top, well, we can do that. Is there a specific color or style?
I would like something more of, the white and the blues, like the ocean, something to remind me of the sea.
Of course, we can find something like that. And there are a couple she finds for you. One that's like more blue, one that kind of has like this wavy texture, another one that's like more white but that has like blue lines and lining. So you kind of have a choice. And then she turns to, and she gives you kind of like a moment to look them over, and then she turns to you, Bal'taem, and you, sir.
My hat's like has a white band on it, and it's what color?
No, yours has the red. Yours is the black with the red band.
Black with the red band. Okay, his was the white.
His was white with the black band. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe like black or silver with some accents of red, perhaps.
I think silver with red would work quite well, especially with your skin tone and the hat that you've got going on. Okay, let me see what we can do. And she takes you over to another set. You do find one with like black with silver in it. Another one with like white and silver with some navy embedded. And then you find another one with sort of like a gold, red, and silver with these like sort of designs on it. She says, I would recommend against the black. I think it would be a little too dark for you. It's obviously your choice, but just from the eye, I think you probably want one of the others. But I wanted to present it to you just in case you liked it.
Cynric, which one do you think look best on me?
I'm not exactly the most color coordinated. I would lean towards what the lady is saying. She seems to be more styled than I am.
Okay. I think I like the gold, red, and silver.
I think that would work quite well, especially with your hat.
Yeah.
Let's see you try it on. And she takes it off the sort of the rack and presents it to you and says, "There's a changing room in the other area over there." And she walks you to it, and she turns to you, Cynric, and you. Which would you like to try on?
I would like the wavy one.
Okay. And she takes it off and hands it to you, and you're both led over to sort of the changing area where you can take off your armor and stuff like that and put on these robes. And once you do, you step out, and there's like a mirror there, like a full-length mirror, and you look at yourselves. The one on you, Cynric, is fairly good, but probably will need a little bit of tailoring to fully suit you. And the one on you, Bal'taem, is a little big and will require a little bit of taking in to actually fit you properly. But both look nice. What are your thoughts, my gentleman?
Well, I like it. I'll look at him. I'll look at Bal'taem. So, would you care to wait until these are ready to be picked up, or would you like what you're wearing?
No, yeah, we could do that.
Probably
Maybe...
have to come back tomorrow. It will take a bit to fully retailer the clothing.
And maybe we can go dancing tomorrow evening. I never ballroomed before.
I'm pretty sure we did it. Oh, what was that town?
Is that ballroom? I mean...
We went clubbing.
We went clubbing.
And from what I recall, neither of us dance very well.
So will you be taking these then?
I think so, yes.
All right, let me just take a moment to get your full measurements so that I can make sure that this is done correctly. And she takes about 5 minutes to measure each of you out.
But might I trouble you to take a measurement for my head and write it down for me?
Of course.
I'm kind of surprised you didn't say, when she started talking about taking measures, she said, "No need, a weirdo I travel with already has them for you. Here you go."
Now I have something to compare notes with.
All right, so yeah, she takes the measurement and hands it to you. And then she leads you over to sort of the counter, and she says, "All right, well, for these 2 garments, it would be 10 gold, please."
Okay, I'll give her the 10.
Okay. She says, "Thank you kindly, good sirs. Can I have a name, just so that I know who this is under?"
Would be for Cynric or Bal'taem.
Okay, Cynric or Bal'taem. Please come back anytime
I
tomorrow.
might say Balric, but never mind.
Okay. That's whatever you would like to go by. I mean, I should recognize your faces. I just wanted to make sure so that I put it on a shelf and have it ready for you. And it will be ready anytime tomorrow. Please do come by and pick it up whenever is convenient for you.
Perfect. And at this point, I think I'm kind of hungry, so I might go try and find some food.
All right. You
Street food stuff.
All right. Easy enough to find. This is a commercial district. There are some restaurants, but there are plenty of vendors that are selling all different kinds of things. Fish, meats, desserts, like drinks, like all different kinds of stuff.
And I mean, just while we're doing that, it's like, so there's a little statue shop there. Might we find something that might be something to commemorate the day?
That sounds lovely. Sure.
Okay. Bal'taem, make another wisdom save for me, please.
Okay.
One. Natural 1.
18.
Okay.
Oh,
Man.
I know. I want it to, man.
I mean, you could choose to roll again and see if it's worse.
And you head your way off to the statue shop. There are little trinkets of all shapes and sizes. There's something in particular you're looking for.
I would probably not really. Maybe something that would be humorous. As far as like design, nothing. You know, I'm not looking for anything gigantic to lug around because we can't lug that around unless I sneak it in the bag or something.
Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of like little interesting, funny kind of statues. You see like a one of a. It looks like a little dock, and a little figure pushing another figure into the water, and it kind of like falling off. You see another snow globe-esque kind of thing that shows a wave sort of crashing over a boat and like toppling it.
Yeah, maybe something like that. Something with water for me to remember of you, or
That would be great. It does have the boat, kind of tumbling over.
Yeah, like when you shake
yeah,
it a
that would
little
be
bit,
perfect.
you watch as the waves like, and you see it like constantly like fall over, and then it like goes under, and then it pops back up right side up, and when you shake it again, it kind of like falls over again. It goes like under and then pops back up.
Yeah, I think that would be perfect.
Okay, easy enough to get. It's like a silver.
Oh, yeah, okay. I actually have silver now.
Yeah. So you hand it to the
Yay.
merchant. They hand it to you, and you have your little trinket.
Okay, and I'll just give that to Bal'taem at that point.
Okay, hand it over to him.
And at that point, where exactly are we?
You're in the Aquine sort of commercial area of the Aquine district. You figure you're at about 45 minutes at this point.
I don't really have anything else, so I'll look at Bal'taem. So, anything catch your interest, or should we take a boat ride back?
we could go.
Because we still have to meet
could
them at
go
the
back to
library
the-
at some point.
The room. We could go to the park. Every one of those. They doesn't matter.
Well, the park is all the way on the east side,
West side.
west. I'll get those right one of these days.
So we could boat or
Oh,
back to the
that was
room,
the-
or
Yeah, that was the Grove, not the park.
The grove is on the east side, outside of the city.
Yeah.
So where are you headed?
Well, they did say we could catch a nice view of the city from that lake outside.
Okay. And I'm gonna kind of like just like gesture like my hand, like like kind of have my hand by my side, kind of have it like open, like
Oh,
not
like
like
take
say
your
anything.
hand, yeah.
You have to take a hand, but
See, Bal'taem
Yeah, no.
hold his hand out to you. No, okay.
I'll just put my hand on his back and push him forward.
Okay.
We're going back to the boat.
All right.
I'm
So-
steering you now.
Okay. So easy enough. You make it back to the boat. You get back inside, give the token over, and head back around the canal out to the lake. And by the time you start to row out to the lake, Bal'taem, your stomach is feeling a little upset.
Oh boy.
Just you're up.
It's bad.
Here come the side effects.
I don't think I quite got my sea legs.
Is lunch not sitting well with you?
Mm-mm.
I mean, could be worse. We could be on the ocean. Waves there. Really fun.
You're okay. Cynric, you eventually get to a distance far enough from the docks into the lake. And you do see quite a beautiful view of the skyline, and you do see sort of like the mountain area that they told you part of the city is built into. You do see pillars of smoke sort of coming out from some areas in the sides of the mountain, and you do see sort of like almost like what would be like a skyline, and it looks quite picturesque and quite beautiful. And you actually see how sprawling and massive just this district even is, and how far it goes along this lake. Bal'taem, you're looking at this as well, and it's quite amazing. I need you to make a Constitution save.
All right. Is that Constitution?
I did.
Okay.
Ooh.
You
don't puke your guts out.
Man.
Yeah, your stomach is just not right, but you're able to kind of like stave off the effects, and as you're kind of sitting there, and you look over to Cynric, that haze that's been upon you for the last little while kind of settles, and you don't feel like animosity, you don't feel like what the hell, you're just kind of like, I don't know, like, why was I like that? And you're kind of questioning, like, was that too much too fast?
And I assume I was, that's like the haze is like I still was conscious during everything, right?
You were
Right.
like nothing
Yeah.
was compelling you or
Right,
going
okay.
against your will for you to do what you were doing.
Right.
You just
Just
felt
felt more
very
inclined.
enamored and
Yeah.
more inclined towards Cynric, and really felt like you loved him in that moment. And now you're kind of like looking back, and maybe you do, maybe you don't, but like you're just kind of like, that was very weird. Nice date.
Yes.
It was. I'm sorry. That was a. You wanted to keep just going? I mean, we can just keep. Like, what else you had planned?
I'm good with heading back and meeting everyone at the library.
Okay, all right, that's fair. I had a nice time though. I mean,
Oh,
That's
it
pretty-
was great. I mean, I wish at some point we could be on the ocean.
okay.
Although
well
with
then,
how,
as long as we
not-
both seemed fine. All right, that seems good. I had a
You know.
good time.
weird to see the expression, people turning green when you're already blue. But
Yeah.
I guess we'll
So you start,
row back.
you start
Yeah,
rowing
yeah.
back together. Easy enough to do, and eventually you dock the boat, and the token gets handed back to you, and you hand it in to the woman, and you're wished a good day as you head off to find the library, which you don't know where it is. So I assume
Yeah, I'll ask
you'll probably
someone.
ask someone. Yeah, and they give you brief directions towards the Prime District, which is in the very, very center of the city. And it will take you a little bit to get there. But
I mean, Cynric, we got the outfits already. I mean, do you not want to go dancing tomorrow? I would not say no.
No, I'm not interested in that. But we are getting those clothes.
Okay.
I am not interested.
He's like, no, I'm good.
I'll
Okay.
take you dancing soon.
All right.
No, we're gonna
so-
dress fancy.
So you guys
No.
begin
Oh,
heading
yeah,
off.
yeah,
The
absolutely.
rest of you
Hell yeah, man.
were
Yeah.
given the directions to the Echoes of Time library, and begin making your way towards the Prime District. And you find that, like, as you move through the Syrian district, you're going in kind of the opposite direction of where Cynric and Bal'taem headed. You're heading where they were heading more like west. You're heading not east, but more kind of like northeast towards the center of the city. And as you kind of get towards the center of the city, you see that there are furthermore gates guarded, but you don't see them stopping people from entering or exiting. It doesn't seem like it's there to prevent people from being able to move through. Likely just there because of the importance of the people who live in this area. And as you were told that this is where like the Supreme Magistrate in the palace is. And likely more there if they were ever attacked, it's another point of blockade for them to protect their most important people. But as you step through, you do see these gigantic sort of spires rising from this district, and they're like of crystalline nature. You do see this large palatial structure kind of on a raised hill in the center, also made of this strange crystalline sort of substance, and you see it's surrounded by these like massive stone walls, but you can see it from where you are, and you also see these five crystalline tower-like structures that jut up on the southwestern side of this district. From where you are, it's hard to tell what their nature is, but very strange and very interesting, not something you've seen before. And as you continue making your way through, you do see quite a few people wearing sort of these like purples and golds and bronzes. There are people that are armored. There are also people that are very well dressed in robes. You do see a few people like carrying books, some carrying staves. Seems like the affluent, very, very affluent area of the city. And you begin to head towards where you were told the library is.
Cool.
Which is off to the more eastern side of this district. And when you get there, you see this large marble building with these arcane sconces. And it looks like there are multiple stories to this building. And you do see various people coming in and out. You do see people like sort of walking by, but you do see, as people are entering and exiting, there are two guards and these other two people sort of wearing these robes, standing at the front. And as people come through, they kind of stop you watch as they're like stopping. They have a conversation and they either let a person in or you see the person walk away, be turned away.
Hey.
So
It's the whole take a penny, leave a penny of knowledge thing.
Yeah.
Neat. All right, awesome. I would like to walk up
all right. So
to
as you
those
step
people.
up, you see a blue-skinned elven individual as well as a dark, sort of purplish gray skinned elvish individual, and both of them look at you and they say, and the bluish skinned gentleman. Hello. How may we help you today?
We were actually looking to see if we could get into the Echoes of Time. We were told this is the direction.
This is the Echoes of Time.
Fantastic! I'd like to enter. I hear that
What
there's
do
some
you
sort
have
of.
to bring that we would want in our extensive collection of knowledge.
Hmm.
I have some questions about that actually.
You are welcome to ask.
Does it need to be purely academical knowledge, or could it be cultural or historical?
It can be any. It just has to be something that we don't already have.
I'm going to pull out my flute,
Mhm.
and I'm going to play the song I've been working on.
Okay. Make a performance.
Ooh. I don't think Perry gave me back the statue, did she?
Not yet.
Nope.
Nah, you got it though, bro.
Well, here we go.
Because you didn't, because a lot had been going on, so.
Okay.
See?
26.
Successful performance check. That's amazing.
So, you play beautifully, and he says, that was a beautiful melody, but I'm not sure exactly if you're trying to charm us.
No.
Probably not going to work.
No, it's not a charm. It's a composition of my own making, and
That's
I will
nice.
hand him the sheet music.
He doesn't. He's like, why is this useful to us?
I assumed cultural knowledge, and
That's not
Other
knowledge.
things.
That's a song that you made. It gets us nowhere and
What?
does nothing for us.
Might you
thought
be
it
interested
might be what's
might you be interested in notes on blacksmithing?
What are the notes?
I'll whip out my Quinn's mom's journal
Oh.
and then just start going over what's in it. Well, see, my mom kept a journal of how she would work in the forge, mostly personal stuff, but there's some notes on good processes and things on there as well. Do I have to give you the book, or just need to copy down what's in it, or how would that work exactly?
We'll take the book.
Hmm.
But I have to see what's in it to see if it's of interest. I can just take it here now for a few minutes just to peruse through it, and then you can decide if we wish to keep it, whether you would part with it for entrance.
Right. And is the knowledge given sort of one per person, or is there a group thing or something? Or how does it
Depending
work exactly?
on what you are giving and what we would learn from it, we could let you three, I assume, are together in.
Yes.
Do you wish to use this as a potential item, or
I'm going to look to Perry, unless you've got anything, I think this is the best I can do.
I realized that an original composition was not appropriate. However, I do have the knowledge of an ancient traveling song of the Ocean.
It's got to be useful for an anthropological perspective, at least, I'd imagine.
it is not something that we can store within our archives that people would come and potentially partake of?
Quinn, before you offer up something of your mother's, I'll reach into the bag and I will pull out the book I bought, I don't know, session 4.
Mm-hmm.
The book with the history of the Free Kingdoms.
Oh, okay. You pull that out and you hand it over. And he says, yes, generic history of the Free Kingdoms. It is a book we already have. I apologize.
I'll take the book back then.
All right. Well,
Oriana, do you happen to have a spare piece of paper?
I will pull out one of my many sheets of parchment.
I will inscribe the words to the traveling song that Perry learned from her older brother Warrion right before she left.
Okay. You do that, and he's still holding his hand out to you, Quinn.
okay.
If you are not looking to enter, could you please move off to the side? There are other patrons behind you who would like to.
Right. You know what? Here, take a look at it and hand it over. And if it would be something that would get us in, then at least be something to consider.
Okay. He begins looking through it for a few minutes. You see him like turn to his companion, and both of them are kind of like reading through. You see a few pages turned. You see that they kind of flip between various sections, as it is a journal, and it is your mother's personal notes and thoughts of her life as well. And after maybe 5 minutes or so, turns back to you. This is very interesting. It is definitely not something that we have, so we will allow you entrance if you are willing to allow us to take this. But he hands it back to you and gives you the option to. Why don't you step aside for a moment, make your decision, as I know personal items can be important. You will see others in, and when you are ready, you are welcome to come back and ask for entrance.
All right. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I will kind of pull Quinn and Oriana aside. I mean, the only other thing I have is literally this, and it's not old because I just wrote it down. But I don't know. I don't know how much they know about my people.
I don't know either, but apparently there's quite a bit they have to learn about the smithing habits of my ma, and also just a sort of slice of life of a blacksmith / warrior one was into. So it's a damn compelling read, I'd say. But
I had a few options. One that I think might work would be I'll finger at the tome that's on my belt, the big tome where I've been writing all of our journeys.
I don't think that they're going to be interested in our journeys just yet.
Maybe not, but it's a thought. The other thing is if they are interested in items, like artifacts of items, I still have that strange liquid that could offer some knowledge if they have the tools to analyze it from the hags.
I think they're more interested in something they can just...
Historical...
Right, something they can store and that people can reference, not so much experiments they'd have to do.
No, I understand. I'm just saying that the only other thing I can think of that might be worth something to them, and I'll kind of pull at the bangle, which I've been keeping on my arm but have not attuned to.
Mm-hmm.
This is literally a one-of-a-kind item, and I'm sure that they could learn many things from this, so...
I mean, I would hold on to that for just a little while longer.
Yeah, well, that's something that was supposed to, get better if you can figure out what the lessons you're supposed to learn or something like that. I don't know. I wouldn't hand something over like that.
It is a truly powerful item, but I feel like I've already failed that lesson. And even if I could find a way to improve it, it's so beyond my abilities right now, or any abilities that I'm aware of. I mean, even Lux Eterna didn't seem to know what the items would do.
I mean, maybe they did, maybe they didn't. Could be they just didn't feel like telling us because, why? Why take the journey away?
I mean, you've never quite failed to learn a lesson. For example, no, let me finish before you laugh. We failed Quinn's tests.
Pretty bad, yeah.
But he learned a great deal. And all I'm saying, and it is entirely up to you, is that you give things up too easily.
It's not that. It's... I laughed because a lot of my learning has come from mistakes that I have made.
That's kind of how learning
happens.
That's
how you learn.
No, I understand, but I continually make the same mistakes.
Well, then you're
So-
not learning.
Pay more
Learning
attention.
is to stop making the mistakes. I understand. We all make mistakes, a lot of mistakes. I've made mistakes that have gotten me almost killed. But the point of learning is to not make the same mistake. And you haven't quite learned if you keep making the same mistake. And all I'm saying is you were given that bangle for a reason. Maybe you don't know why yet.
Yeah, so I wouldn't
I'm
hand that
only-
over.
Just now figuring out why this. I kind of tap the staff.
Also,
but
one thing.
that's
One thing to point out, if we're trying to, hand over information to get in, Campion literally writes down everything and has notes about all sorts of crazy arcane crap. I don't know how interested he'd be in the Journal of a Madman, but, that's
I
something to
think you kind
attempt.
of answered the point there.
Not necessarily. The journals of mad people are sometimes very much page turners.
Before anybody sacrifices anything too deeply personal, I literally have this tune memorized. And so writing it down and handing it over is not the gravest of sacrifices. I sing this tune literally in my head all the time.
Give it a try and see if that'll get us in. If not, then this is something to consider. I mean, Ma's not going to need her book back. And I think I may have learned about
But
it
it
as
is
much
one
as I
of
can
the
by reading it.
But it is one of the few things you have of her.
Yeah. And the whole purpose of me trying to get inside the library is so I can look into ways of freeing her tormented soul. I don't think she'd mind the exchange.
I'd imagine not. You have sacrificed a great deal, Quincaneth. I hate for you to sacrifice more than your fair share. That being said, if it is all that we have,
If it turns out to be all we've got, then I don't mind putting it up. If it turns out that what you have will get the three of us in, then I say we do that instead. It's far less precious a commodity since you've got it memorized.
All right, so you try to go back and hand
Yeah.
over the song.
yes.
So you hand over the piece of paper, and the gentleman. Right. This is words on a piece of paper that you've just written. You do understand that that's not knowledge. I could write words on a sheet of paper and hand them to you. I understand that it seems like this is some kind of poem or whatnot, but it has no significance or use for us here. It will not help anyone grow or develop.
Fair enough.
He hands it back to you.
One question, if I might. If I do give this over to you and you keep the book, would there be any way of me, I don't know, getting someone to copy it down?
No.
Hmm.
This is why we accumulate knowledge, so that we are the ones who are able to keep it here, safe, and allow those to learn from it.
A question then. If he were to sacrifice the knowledge that he has to you, does he get to return at another time if he needs to?
He gets access right now.
Oh, I see. So this is just...
Oh, you don't get
A
forever
day pass.
access. That is, you get a few days.
All right.
You get time within the library. There are places to stay. But when you leave the library, you leave.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay.
All right then. Well,
Oh
that's
my.
good to know. Shot in the dark. Answer's probably no. Is there any way of getting some sort of unlimited library card? Like, what kind of knowledge would have to be brought for that sort of thing, maybe?
You would have to get the permission of the Supreme Magistrate or someone of that significance to grant you full-time access
Mm-hmm.
to the Empress of Time.
Oh, so it is feasible. Well, that's good to know.
All right.
It is not impossible, no. But it is not easy either. Very, very few people have access to our halls permanently.
Right. All right. Well, that does help. It puts things in
Understand,
perspective a bit.
we are those who believe in the great goddess of knowledge and prophecy's teachings. So, in order to gain knowledge, knowledge must be given. So that we can make sure it gets out to others. It is not for one person to simply amass all the knowledge themselves.
Right, of course. Because then what good does that do for everyone else? That makes perfect sense.
It is not a policy to harm or intentionally disallow those who would to have their chance at it. It's simply a way to make sure that no one person is the keeper of all knowledge.
All right. Well, one other thing, if you don't mind. We've got a few friends as well that aren't quite here with us yet, but we'd want to be bringing them with, or at least one or two of them possibly, when we go into the library. Would I was offering up be enough for more than just the three of us, or would that be?
If you wait for your group for this, yes.
All right. Well, at least we know that as well.
Well, I suppose we can wait for the others then. Thank you kindly.
Yeah, we can talk it over. I'm going to hold on to this for the moment, if that's all right, and then see if we want to go ahead and try this out now or wait until a little
he turns
later.
to you, Peregrine. He says, "It is not that your songs of your people are not good enough. It is you give us one sheet of paper similar to your song. If you were to give us a composition of orchestral pieces, perhaps that would be enough. But one singular piece of paper is not knowledge given. It is you trying to find a way in as easily as possible."
That's fair. All right, we will see what we can come up with if this...
You seem like adventurers. I'm sure you can find something. If not your mother's, sure.
Okay.
Well, thank you for your time, and we will see if we would like to use this or if we've got something else we're not thinking of. And then just...
He nods at you, and then as you guys step aside, the next person comes up, and you see them have a conversation. One person, then the next person, they turn that person away.
I will just head down the steps and step away from the front to wait for everyone else.
Okay.
Well.
You do so. Campion.
He had to...
Oh, he needed to move us. Okay, so Cynric and Bal'taem, you make your way through the districts. You guys end up having to wait about 25 or so minutes. But eventually you do. And there are courtyards outside of the library where you can sit and relax and whatnot. Beautiful sort of parks and things like that. But eventually you see coming up one of the main thoroughfares where you came from, Bal'taem and Cynric walking towards you.
Okay.
Oh, actually,
Cool.
let me just... one of the things I do want to... it's going to take you about 25 minutes. So, before they get to you, you do... Harry.
Yes.
You hear a couple of conversations as you guys are kind of just idling.
Uh-huh.
You don't make out a lot, but you hear strange rashes. Healing is strong. overgrowth in the east.
Okay, so
Those are like as people are walking, you're hearing like these various conversations.
okay, so strange rashes.
Mm-hmm.
Healing is strong.
Yep.
And then overgrowth in the east. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Those are three things you hear.
Cool.
Okay.
And then
well.
as you're one of the, well, I'll let you have that first.
Well, there seem to be some things going on, even if they have no interest in what I have. It sounds as if there's a strange affliction about. Keep hearing fragments of conversation, like folks talking about strange rashes. And strong healing. An overgrowth in the east. I don't know what any of this means yet, but
Well, maybe they've got some sort of job board, like in the last big town we're in.
perhaps.
You can always find out more that way, or ask
Yeah.
about.
Yeah.
People are usually in the market for folks that'll wander out to the middle of nowhere and bash things around for money. And that seems to be our bailiwick.
I mean,
Oriana's not really paying attention. She currently appears to be transcribing music.
Okay.
Okay.
She is writing in her on one of her notebooks or sheets of paper or whatnot.
This would be on a separate sheet of paper. She's just trying to figure out all the chords and everything that would work for the violin, because right now the piece is for flute.
Okay.
neat.
She doesn't expect to get a full orchestral sampling of it.
Yeah,
But
you're writing in your
it's
book.
given her an idea.
Yeah.
It's an interesting idea. What if it was for an orchestra?
So, Perry, do you want us to try to, I don't know, see who was talking about what and maybe find out something more, or just see what we can find more by just, looking for ways to help out and things to do and all that? We do still have to ask around for what is off in the direction we need to go to, do that favor.
Yeah, part of what I was going to look into here was to see if there was any information on what lies to the southeast. As well as that place Melora mentioned, or told me to seek out, really.
Right.
You guys are left to wait for a little while longer, and you're all kind of keeping an eye out, waiting for Cynric and Bal'taem, who you knew were going to meet you afterwards at some point. Perry, the other thing that you see, as you're kind of like looking around, there's a lot of people like going back and forth. But you swear you see two familiar figures just at the end of one of the streets. And as they turn the corner, swear you saw Fulton and Lex make their way down a street.
Okay. Oh, shoot.
What?
I swear to the wildlight, I just saw Fulton and Lex go down that street.
Oh. But do you want to try and catch up with them, possibly? See if you're right?
Sure, why not? I mean, we have to wait on the others anyway.
All right. I didn't say anything, so I'll follow your lead.
Oriana, you gonna come with?
Sorry.
Just follow along, and then we should.
Wait, where are we going? I thought we were waiting here.
Well, I think I just saw Lex and Fulton.
Walk and talk.
Let's see if we can dart down there
Did
and
they
catch them.
say they were coming here? I don't think they did.
Still walk and talk. I'm already walking.
Yeah. You guys are heading in that direction.
You don't. Okay.
Cynric and Bal'taem, please make a perception check.
All right.
Nice.
That tracks. That's a 16.
That's actually way better than I'm gonna get, my guy. Okay.
It's okay. They're not being stealthy. Like, as you're coming up towards the library, you watch as you're about to, like, say hi to your group, and you watch as they start to tear down one of the streets after something. But you watch as they start to walk away from you. Jog to catch up to them.
Use the bathroom.
Yeah, I mean, I'll catch up to them.
Okay,
Yeah.
easy enough. You guys kind of like jog to catch up to them, and eventually like get side by side them as they're like briskly walking. Fulton and Lex are maybe like 80 feet ahead of you, casually walking down the street. So you walking at a brisk pace, you'll catch up to them much faster. But you watch as Cynric and Bal'taem kind of like crest alongside of you.
Hi, y'all.
Why are we running?
They're about 80 feet away. You
don't know who you're looking at because you didn't see them. Your passive perception's terrible. Peregrine sees them. If she points them out, then you might be able to see them through the crowd.
Fulton and Lex are just down there.
I'm gonna take the piece of copper out of my hair. Lex, is that you?
You see
Using message.
Yeah, you see one of the figures like stand stock still for a second and like turn back.
Oh, it is.
And then taps Fulton on the shoulder, and he kind of like turns and looks, and she just points. And he nods, and they kind of like step off to the side of the street away from like foot traffic, and she just crosses her arms and waits. She doesn't respond to you, but you clearly
she wouldn't.
I got that feeling. I was just trying to figure out if it was actually her or not.
But whenever she said she points, I was going to be surprised if the rest of the sentence wasn't a gun.
Yeah.
She points her gun at you.
Well, you see Fulton
just making sure.
You see Fulton like wave.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah.
Waving.
Harry had seen, or rather heard children saying stuff that wasn't there. I wanted to make sure it wasn't a trick.
Yeah.
It trying to get us somewhere alone.
Okay. Well, you
the entity, the guy.
You eventually catch up to them, and they're standing there, and Fulton's just like, "Hi, it's great to see you guys. I guess you were coming here, but this place is so big that we didn't think that we would run into you. You're all looking well."
You as well, thank you. We just happened to be up trying to get into the library, but I'm not sure what kind of information we've got that they're going to want. And
You've probably got nothing.
Yeah, well, that's what we figured out so far.
I
might have something, but you know.
Okay.
Just like we say.
Why don't we head to one of the taverns around here, and we can have a chat.
I imagine we're more tolerable with some alcohol. Yes, let's exactly do that.
That's a fantastic idea.
Sure. I mean, we weren't looking for a favor or anything. We just.
Where's your other little friend? He's not dead, is he? Another one of you hasn't died again.
No.
No, he's
well, not
permanently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he decided to he decided to stay back at the inn where we're staying just to get some work done, I think.
Where are you staying?
A place called the
Golden
Cook.
All right. Yeah. Fire. Okay. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah. I'll take you to a place I like around this area.
Sounds delightful.
She just nods her head and begins heading down the street. And you end up coming to a nice tavern. It's called the Sleeping King's Wrath. Looks like it's also an inn, but it has a very large space. It's like a plaster 2-story building. It's got large windows, and once you head inside, a smooth stone floor. It looks like it was once like a barracks of some sort and has been since retrofitted into an actual tavern and inn. It has a collection of like arms and armor around the area. You also see like various taxidermied birds hanging from the ceiling, and there's like a fire pit cooking food in the tavern. You see this half-elven male barkeep, lanky, wearing dark purple clothing, curly chestnut hair, but seems friendly, tending the bar. There's a few people in here. It's still kind of fairly early in the day, maybe getting to around lunchtime at this point. And he seems to be running back and forth. There are a few other bar hands to help. And Lex takes you over to one of the booths on the side and sits down. As someone comes by and takes your order, she gets drinks for the group and settles down, and then just sits there and says, "Well, why did you want to chat with us?"
I mean, partially just to say hello.
Okay, hello.
Well, there was something I wanted to say and I've completely forgotten.
I got something. If
it's fine. I mean, I'll at least tell you why we're here, because we're kind of in the business of exchanging information, anyways. We are here for some information of our own. We're looking into a few of the things that have been going on, and yeah, this is one of the best places to find information. Figured we could get some knowledge from some of our contacts here in the city, and Fulton also has business at a temple nearby. So.
Really? Whose temple?
Well, it's arcane in nature. So.
All right.
There's a whole thing, you know.
Yeah, there usually is.
Kind of weird. Yeah, I mean, you know you've been to Avonhurst, so you know all about that stuff. You know, it's kind of like its own journey. But anyway, yeah,
I just got looking for an arcane temple myself.
Oh, really? Which temple are you looking for?
Well, I don't know that it's a temple so much as a location.
Okay.
The Arches of Erebor.
You see him raise his eyebrows for a moment, and then makes sense. It's Corlin's main temple. Not easy to find. Not in the city.
Right. Yeah, I was given sort of explicit instructions. So, from, on high, so to speak. So,
from Corlin?
Melora, actually.
Right.
On account of she can't necessarily help me with what's happening back home. Turns out it's all connected to
Arsdun.
Well, yeah, that which marks us all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, apparently my people were very, very vulnerable on account of they shut themselves off, and
kind of makes sense, I guess.
And I'm supposed to look to my elven roots.
Right. Well, he is the father of elves.
Yeah,
in a sense. Well, you're gonna want to go south, I think.
Okay.
There's not really a well-trodden path. It's kind of hidden. A lot of these temples are.
We don't have to drink a tea and do anything like that to find this, do we?
I mean, that was actually kind of entertaining, at least, Not the worst thing.
You don't have to. No. You just have to kind of find it. But most of these. So there are, of course, the temples in cities. Most of the temples in cities are kind of generally places of worship, but they're not the heart of a god's sort of domain or power. Does that make sense?
No, that's exactly the kind of place we just went to. So
Yeah,
that
yeah.
makes
I mean,
perfect
I
sense.
That
know.
makes perfect sense.
Yeah. So if you're trying to find one of their sort of like, I don't know, what would be the right word? Lex, what would be the right word? I don't care. Okay. Like a headquarters. Think of it like I think that's probably a good one.
Good enough.
Yeah,
Clubhouse.
their main place of power or worship or centralized, I don't know, devotion. Anyway, those tend to not be just you kind of like walk inside and are like, hey, how's it going? There's some kind of trial required to get there.
Right.
If you really want to get the eye or ear or visage of one of the gods, especially there, you have to prove that you're worthy of meeting them.
Right. That makes
Seems
sense.
pretty standardized,
So
actually.
the arches,
That's
you're
what
probably not going to find much. You'll probably find information here in the city, especially in the library, about the temple, about Coralin. But I don't think you'll find like a map or anything kind of showing you where you would need to go. The only thing I know is south. You gotta head south. Be careful of what's out in the jungle, and if you're meant to find it, you'll find it.
Oddly enough, that makes perfect sense.
Mhm.
I mean,
Given what we've experienced in the past.
Yeah, pretty much.
it's more or less exactly what we were told just recently.
Yes. If we're meant to find something, we just sort of find it. Or find our way to it.
So,
Other-
other than trying to find weird godly temples, how y'all doing?
Oh,
Obviously
swell.
dying and still living, but
I mean, not all of us are dying.
that's good.
Mm.
So, how have things been going since we, I think the last time we saw you, you were getting inducted into the Desert Rose.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And one thing I wanted to make sure we did pass along is what we were announcing. We were actually out in the jungle before we came here. In summation, I tell them all the things that we saw, describe the tattoos on the various people, the
Yeah,
statue.
the darkness thing.
I cast major exposition, and all this information is relayed.
I've been hearing other stories, in different areas of the realm. This is not good.
No, it's not.
I mean, know of potentially 2 locations where something like this has happened. You're saying there's more instances where stuff like this has happened?
Stories, not really. I mean, nothing that I've been able to follow up on. And I mean, there are always stories. You go into any major city, and you're gonna find 70 of them, maybe more, maybe 70,000 of them. And some of them could be strange things. Some of them could be mundane or inane, and some of them could be important. I mean, there are always weird things going on. There are creatures all over the place. Some intelligent, some not so. But we can only spread ourselves so thin, and so the stories that we go after have to actually have basis in something.
Right.
That makes sense for us,
Right.
because right now what we're looking into kind of precedes anything else.
Right.
Fair enough.
We were just wanting to make sure we told some of you
No,
whenever
I
we
appreciate
could
it.
to make sure that, one, you knew what was happening, and if there was anything else where those kind of incidents are coming up, maybe let us know as well, because it seems to be connected with at least what Cynric's been through before. Also,
There
now
are
at
some
least you
stories
know
up
that
in
they're real.
Israv, but I didn't have time to. I was busy looking into something else, if you remember.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we recall we were bothering you quite frequently during that. I
Yeah.
apologize again for it.
It's fine. Didn't have a chance to really dig too deeply into what was going on there. And honestly, I just thought it was kind of weird. There are a lot of weird stories. Like, I've dealt with enough demons and devils and strange creatures, but I can't jump on every single one. But now that you're bringing this up with the star and this whatever the fuck it was in the jungle,
Right.
maybe it's something to go back in and look into. Who knows? We'll have to see. We still have to get back to Riverend, of course. So,
Yeah, we're going to be heading there ourselves as well, and at some point.
Actually, I realize you still owe me favors, and I was going to do something while here, but my time is better spent elsewhere, so I'm going to cash in on one.
That's fair. What you need?
Fair enough.
I need you to look into someone for me.
Mm-hmm.
One of my contacts here hasn't really been responding to my messages as of late. His name's Kelvor Bergen. He procures strange items, and artifacts, and things like that. Sells them to interested buyers. It's mostly on the up and up. There are some under the table dealings, but nothing that I normally need to worry about. He hasn't gotten back to me. I don't know if he's on vacation or pissed at me for some reason. I don't know why. Honestly, haven't spoken to him in a while. I don't really think I've done anything, but I wanted to talk to him to see if he might have something that we could use to help us in a little adventure that we're having. But haven't heard from him. Generally, even if he's pissed and doesn't want to talk, he usually just tells me to fuck off. Haven't even got that. So I'm a little worried.
Okay.
I can give you a description. A black-haired, halfling man, got a scar under his left cheek. It's pretty easy to spot him, I think. Generally, not super well-to-do clothing, but dresses like a merchant. Pretty easy to spot him. He, whenever I used to meet him at a tavern called the Whirling Winds. It's in the Zephyr district. Maybe you might be able to get some information on him. See, I know he does travel to other places. It's just weird that I haven't been able to get anything from him lately.
Right.
Maybe someone there can let you know where he might have gone or what he might have been up to. If you can figure that out for me, I'd be appreciative.
All right.
Consider that one more favor off the list.
It's fine. We owe you quite a bit, so I don't know problem with that. What was the name of the tavern again? Because I'm trying to write stuff.
The Whirling
Whirling
Winds.
Winds.
The
Thank
Whirling
you.
Winds.
Well, I guess while we're all here, has any information came up on, I guess, this predecessor from, the guy that fell with the star?
The Harbinger.
Right.
Harbinger.
Yeah.
Harbinger.
No. I mean,
He seems to be stalking us now, so that's fun.
this
Mm-hmm.
entity.
Goes to show we have fans.
It's important for a small group like us to recognize when we do have
No, there
fans.
have been
yes.
strange occurrences for the rest of us as well, but whatever this is, whoever this is, if it is a who, this is far greater than what we faced a few years ago.
Mm.
Right.
Generally, when the I hate this stuff, but when the gods choose their avatars, generally they stick with that person for forever, almost. Obviously, avatars can be killed. I'm starting to suspect that, and so is the rest of my group, that we didn't kill Tharizdun's avatar way back when. Or if it was some kind of diversion. I'm not sure what this
I
is.
see.
If this is his actual one or something else. Tharizdun's weird. Very different from the rest of the Pantheon. Almost like he doesn't fit.
Right.
There's just something not adding up yet, and we're unable to figure it out. And none of us have really seen this thing. We've seen weird things been happening, but not a direct confrontation. This creature, person, thing.
I can't say what we've seen has been direct, but I mean, he has mutated some people in front of our eyes.
And then
That's
they
powerful.
went mad and attacked us. Also,
And
just here, we
do believe, he was allowing us to hear things that were not being said.
That's more in line with something. I will say this. I don't think it's the entity that's specifically changing people. That's more to me Tharizdun's influence in being able to bubble up from where he's sealed.
Right.
And just how
Even in
susceptible-
Avatar, I don't think. I mean, again, I'm not an expert, but I don't think would have that ability.
Right.
But
Well, at the
given
very
one
least,
chain's
they're
been
directed.
broken, so
You're
far,
stronger.
Mhm.
Yeah.
exactly, his influence starts to pervade. So,
Right.
That's sort of what we were thinking too.
Yeah, and if it's not the Avatar themselves that's able to actually do that to people, then at least they're sort of pointing the power in the right direction for Tharizdun to do that to folk.
probably
Right when
focusing
they're
the
in front of
energies.
us, so they can try
you
to
are
murder.
marked like anyone else,
Mhm.
but again, I'm not an expert. We have to do more work looking into this, but if that is what this person can do, I am worried. That's
And,
pretty much, they
as are-
literally have the power of Tharizdun. And then we
Right.
have to worry about 2 Tharizduns.
Next, I don't remember if I discussed this with you last time we met, but on one of our last missions for the Desert Rose, I fell in battle
Oh, you died too.
for a while.
Oh, you guys are great at this.
Yes.
I mean, she's died
How many
quite a
deaths
bit,
is it now?
actually.
To
Like,
be-
I mean, we had
be
a few,
fair-
but like, I mean, you guys are at like 4 or 5 at this point. I mean, I think we had.
Can we
Five or
complete?
six.
I'm just gonna
Ju-
keep pointing to Ori and not saying anything.
They're mostly
Have you-
concentrated in one
been-
place.
I've
have
gotten
you guys
better.
been counting? How many is it now?
That's
I
not
think it's
important.
6.
That's
I
not
think we're at
important.
6.
Six.
Actually,
Wow.
there's Dobby.
And the fact that you're
and-
still here.
I think it's only 4, actually.
there's Dobby, and
That's one.
and then Cynric also.
That's 2.
But we fixed Cynric. Didn't
Well, no,
fix
but he
Dobby.
died.
Yeah, right.
Okay,
I'm just
that's 2.
in case there's a variation how
and then Oriana.
We
Okay,
don't-
that's 3.
about 3 times, I think.
Wait, and
we
then,
don't know.
and then anyone
That's
else?
not important.
Perry.
Oh, Perry, that's 4. And
Oh,
then,
yeah, I
And
forgot about
Oriana-
me.
Oriana like 3 times.
It was 3
actually.
times.
Wow,
that's right, it was
that's
3 times.
7.
That's 7. I was wrong. 7,
7.
not 6.
It's not important. It's in the number.
It is important because we're trying to keep track here.
We're almost a double
Statistics do
Well,
matter sometimes.
It's you can say it's not important, but you've died 7 times, or you've had people die 7 times, and you're only at the beginning.
It almost feels like a rite of
that
passage
luck of
to be
y'all
in the
being
group.
here still gonna run out at some point. Maybe you should
It's
rethink your
significant,
strategy.
and it's something we need to be worried about.
They're working on it.
Anyway,
there's-
okay, so you fell, and what exactly
While
did
I
you want
was-
to talk to me
While I was out,
about? Hmm.
I saw this sort of path through darkness to light, and as I was walking along the path, Asmodeus was there,
Okay.
and
Right, we had this conversation.
we had this conversation, but I don't remember if I told you that that entity, that harbinger, tried to drag my soul, I guess, into the darkness.
Yeah.
And when I tried to fight back, yes, I didn't know if this sounds familiar to something.
Well,
for
I
you,
haven't
if-
died, so I don't really know.
Fair point.
But I would assume that when you're marked, you don't just go off into the wild blue yonder.
No.
But when I took
Arzum feeds on
Asmodeus' hand,
souls, so he'd probably take yours and do with it what I have no idea what he would do with it, but probably wouldn't be pleasant.
when I took Asmodeus' hand, though, he specifically said to the Harbinger, "We should have stopped you when we had the chance."
Interesting.
Was there a time where all the gods worked together against him that you know of?
I hate gods,
I got that much, but
so I don't really give a shit what their problem is. If it affects
I love that
Us?
so much.
it kind of fucking sucks, and I tell them it fucking sucks. But honestly, whether they help or whether they don't, I'm gonna figure out a way to deal with this. Because I don't particularly want to die and be tortured for all of eternity.
Right.
So if the gods
we
want to
have
help,
that in common.
exactly. If they want to help, great. If they don't, they can fuck right off.
The truth of the matter is, whether they help or not, we're on our own.
Not necessarily.
We
I mean,
can't rely on them.
I
Not-
wouldn't. That's
not
my own
100%
personal
all the time, I imagine. Is what you're
feeling.
getting at.
I mean, they haven't always been helpful to me, so you know. But everyone has a different view. I mean, they have their uses. Can't say they haven't helped me or my group,
Right. Agreed.
but their
Same
whole
here.
history. If you want to learn it, see if you can get it out of them.
Oh, while we're on the subject of gods, out of curiosity,
You can make an insight
Hey.
check. Anyone who wants to.
I would love to.
I
Sure,
will
why not?
do that thing. Let's see here. Inside.
oh hey, I got a 20.
I will attempt this.
I'll say just like eating food, just like
Oh, that's a 22.
Nope.
Did I do
Yeah, you
17?
did, 17. Cynric, Quinn, and Peregrine. If she's being honest, there's something that she's holding back.
Hmm.
That is her business. I
Par
just
for the
like
course,
knowing it.
Guys, I get it. Lex is the Harbinger.
Nah.
But you can tell, like, she's not being deceitful about what she's talking about. It's
Mhm.
just she likely has something else that
Right.
she's just not sharing. And you can tell in her, like, closed off demeanor when she talks
Mhm.
about gods just in general.
Sure.
That makes
Mhm.
sense.
Fulton,
Oh, yeah. How can I help?
you seem to know a bit about this place, in terms of locations.
Right?
Is there a temple to Asmodeus somewhere
Sure
here,
is.
or a place I could? There is.
Quite a few of the different gods, actually. All types.
Is it
There's-
more of a place of worship, or is it a place where one could understand and learn?
I don't know, really. I haven't exactly been in it. That's not my kind of place. But it exists. I assume a place of worship. But if you're looking for general information, you're probably looking at the library. There you could find out all sorts of stuff about gods and history and things like that. But the temple to Asmodeus, I believe, is in the Obsidian District. It's called the Soul's Gambit.
Neat.
also fitting.
That's a
So-
dope name.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're interested, head there.
This is all very on brand.
Thank you, Fulton. Thank you.
Actually, Peregrine, would I be able to talk to you privately?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I just want to head over maybe to the bar for a second.
Uh-huh. Sure. And I will get up and go over to the bar with Fulton.
Walks over. As you sort of head over to the bar, he just says, "So, you met the Jilra."
Yes. Sort of stumbled into it while looking for something for Quinn.
Right. Yeah. You went to the Arbor of Dawn. Obviously, I mean, when they said you have to drink tea, I kind of figured that one out.
Yeah.
I hope it was a bit of a better experience than the Soak.
Yes, actually, it was quite nice. I mean, other than the odd rage thing that occurred, and Cynric going a little crazy.
Right.
And the large many-headed lizard thing that we had to kill.
Hydra, probably.
Yeah, it had a lot of heads, and
they're actually kind of native to the jungle. It's pretty interesting.
Well, now I know what it is.
Not usually that close to the Jilra, but
right. But it was a nice experience.
Well, I'm glad you had a better one than what you had near the ruins. That was unfortunate. Yeah. But
yeah.
I just wanted to let you know I've talked to them and they're okay. They're making do.
Good.
They're not.
I've been concerned. All things considered.
A tribe like theirs that's guarded something that dangerous for this long.
Right.
They have their ways of keeping their culture alive. So just wanted to let you know that they're okay.
Thank you. That means a lot, actually.
And you see him kind of like look over at the table, look back at you, and like look over at the table, and then look down at his feet, and then look up at you. I was wondering, I mean, you're in town.
Uh-huh.
I'm in town.
Yeah.
You don't know Zuma all that well. I thought maybe I could take you on a tour. Maybe we could get lunch or dinner or something if you're interested.
That would be really nice, actually, because I have no idea where I'm going.
Really?
At all.
Yeah. Great. When works for you?
I mean, we were just gonna try to go to the library after this.
Does tonight work? I can come by the Golden Cook. I think that's what you guys said.
Yeah, sure. Okay. That sounds great.
Oh, okay. What time works for you? Like 6 o'clock?
Sure. 6 o'clock is fine.
Okay. That's great. I look forward to it. I have a lot of really great. I think you'll really enjoy Zuma.
It seems really nice.
It's a beautiful, beautiful city. There's lots to see, and most people don't know its hidden gems.
It sounds like fun, actually.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna get another round and bring it back to the table.
Okay.
I'll see you then.
Okay, I'll see you tonight.
Harry's got a date.
You guys are left at the table. Eventually, Perry comes back. You see Fulton gather drinks and bring them back for him and Lex. So, is there anything else that we can do for you guys while you're here? I mean, we do have business, and it sounds like you guys have business as well. So,
I do have one question. Oh, go ahead, Cynric, if you wanna.
Well, I mean, I was just going to say Lex mentioned something, and it kind of had me thinking. You mentioned something about there being 2 Thera students.
Well, no, I said if this thing was like another, like if that was his actual power, it's whatever this thing is that you've seen. then I'm worried.
That was going to be my point, is could this be something where maybe he is in both places at once? Is that something that could even be possible?
Unlikely, no. I mean, he's still sealed. Tharizdun is. This entity, not so much, obviously. But you'd know. If it was... this is why I don't think it's Tharizdun. You've seen this entity, correct?
Correct, yes.
You're not insane or dead. I mean, more than you already have been, but you're not insane or dead.
Right.
And gibbering masses of
Point of
blobs.
view, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
we seem to be still, bipedal.
Generally, if it's Tharizdun, you're probably halfway to the madhouse at this point. If it really was Tharizdun.
I mean, most people would go an entire life without even giving question or interacting with a god. I mean, could it be something possible where not only is our souls marked with darkness, but maybe something else?
Oh, you think you're protected. That's funny.
Well,
no, you're not fucking
not necessarily
Yeah, no.
protection, but
No. No, Avonhurst was just to see if you could actually make it through all of this. There's potential in all of you. You wouldn't have made it as far as you did without it. But if what Oriana said is true, you have to give something to get something with a god, generally. They don't just freely choose their favorite. Well, maybe they do, actually. They probably fucking do. Fuck them. But you know what? They haven't done it with you. I'll tell you that.
There's some bitter hostility in there.
I mean, we just
I ain't-
witnessed,
I ain't
the
trying to
gods
dig.
in, sibling argument.
Yeah, they're
Mhm.
fucking douchebags.
I have a question. Y'all both seem like learned individuals. Have any of you came across anything like a skull with like a green eye or glowing eyes or something, and like a hand?
Where have you seen that?
In my T vision.
Vision.
In the T vision.
I feel like looks you over for a second. Right. Tell you it's not good.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to tell you all of your answers.
No, I just was wondering. So you have?
Yeah, I know
okay.
exactly what it is, yeah.
All right.
Read a book sometime, Bal'taem.
Might actually
You know,
be a
instead
good
of
idea.
expecting someone else to do the legwork for you because you're too lazy.
Would Gotta get into the
Giant
library.
library. You're
Yeah.
apparently going to.
Yes.
That's a fair point. And
mean-
I do have something that'll get us in
Okay. Well, that.
if we want to
At
go
least
now.
for today,
Yes.
anyway.
It gets us in for a little while, not just the day, but
Yeah, that's a
Sometime.
fun little endeavor. You never know. Maybe you'll get lucky and find a way to extend your stay.
Yeah, we might. We may need to actually hold off on the library, because if we accomplish a few more things around town, then we might also, if we are trying to, I don't know, do anything else, we might be able to find more information. We could trade off, ingratiate ourselves in order to maybe get in longer or something. I don't know.
By the way, I have a question.
Hmm?
Yeah, Ginger. What the fuck happened with
Huh?
you?
Quite a bit, actually. I switched jobs,
Yeah.
and I wasn't doing very good at the last one I had, so I decided that if I was going to actually be of service and be of use, I need to go about it a different way. So,
Oh, well, let's hope this one sticks, huh?
it will. The last one, it was never really my idea to do what I was doing. It was just sort of, I woke up with it, basically. I just sort of fell into it. This is my choice.
Well.
And I mean to see it through.
That's great. Well, like I said, I wish you luck on that one.
You know, everything possible crossed on this. Yeah, I wish myself ample luck as well. As in uncharted territory, but I feel better about this one than I did before.
You know, you guys doing my favor. If one of you can let me know.
I'll tug at the copper pin.
What's that?
I can send you messages across great distances on my own.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't do that anymore.
Yeah, this one doesn't actually need you to get me anything. Just need to tell me what happened. That'd be great. And I can figure out the rest on my own.
Yeah, that's easy enough to do, I imagine. I mean, as far as relaying the information.
Cool. Is there anything else?
Yeah, I do have one thing. Exactly how much less annoying to you would we have to be in order to get that fancy talkie box back, just in case there's an emergency?
You have not dead Oriana for the third time.
Right, but, you know, that's 3 times down, and just in case there's a fourth and that one sticks.
Well,
that's why I said in case of emergency.
That's not the plan.
Maybe think about that.
I mean, that's not the optimal. That's not the optimal solution. I don't want that to happen any more than anyone else. I just figured I'd ask while, you know, the chance to communicate is here, since it, you know, might not be.
I mean, the fact that 7, man, 7.
I know.
Yeah.
Mayhap we start relying.
How many
on
times would I have been
own
communicated
abilities as
to?
a group.
Actually,
I mean, we handled everything right out on our own. This is more like...
Because you didn't have a choice. See, when the choice isn't there, you kind of learn how to fend for yourself. When you have the crutch, to bug someone. We'll see when you get to River Inn.
Good enough.
and
That's really all I was looking for, is if it would be possible, because, you know, just in case we need to tell you a quick something.
I mean,
not
it's always
to beg
possible.
for help.
It's just whether I want to or not. Right now, I don't.
Well, that's most things I've noticed.
fair enough.
I mean, we have ways to get word to people now. I mean,
Good. All right. Fruity Tooty Druid, what do you want?
Don't recall wanting anything.
You were gonna speak, and so I was trying to be kind and acknowledge you. But if you have nothing to say, then that's fine. I can just talk over you and just ignore you. You can just blend into the bench like a tree.
First of all, rude. And I try not to let people talk over me anymore. Anyway, I'm not sure whether it actually happened or not. But another thing that this harbinger sort of appeared right after the whole thing with the Jilra, I had a sort of like vision/dream type thing in which he was at my village while everybody was getting sick. So,
I mean, again, you know that Tharizdun is
he's
dealing with your village.
So, on the list of things that this thing could possibly be doing,
It's potential that, again, it is this entity.
Right.
it could also just be this entity gloating.
Right. It tends
over the fact
to do
that he or it or whatever is connected to what
Yeah.
is happening to your people.
Right, because what's happened in my people happened before what happened out in the ruins. So,
This is the thing. These strange occurrences, I mean, you were there at the sewers. That was
yeah,
before the ruins happened.
they're only going to get
there were-
worse.
There were other things, yeah. I don't know where this entity is coming from. I don't know when they came into the picture. I don't know who they are, what they're doing, what their purpose is. All we know is it's connected to Tharizdun in some way.
Right. Fair enough.
So I wish I could tell you what that connection is with it in your dreams or visions or whatnot. But there's some connection there. I just don't know if that's the right thing to focus on.
No, I'm just in
It's,
general.
it's
those
something to
types of
focus on,
things.
but I don't think it's the only thing. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Obviously.
Yeah, I
All these things are only going to get worse the longer this goes on.
generally, I mean, if you think about it, if this is the actual, if this is an avatar or some creature blessed by Tharizdun, it could be, again, you saw this person, this thing, this man maybe, at that star, and it told you that it was here as a harbinger. It being in your vision could also just be the fact that it is bringing the message of doom and gloom and ending all things.
Look what
And
we've
could be kind of
done.
like the face of, the whole operation, so to speak.
Right. A sort of, look what we're doing, look what we can do.
Exactly. Again,
Sort of
Tharizdun is still
Bloat.
pretty well sealed as far as we know. We obviously have to get back to things, but so far we haven't heard anything else terrible. So let's keep our fingers crossed. Knock on wood, and he knocks on the table. But generally, Tharizdun could not show himself. So if he wanted to speak through something, maybe he's using this creature to speak through right now until his plans come to fruition, which hopefully they won't, because we'll all make sure they don't. Wow, this has been a real bright conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
That's usually how.
the jungles around here are dangerous, beautiful, but dangerous, so I would just be careful.
Right. Speaking of, what exactly might you run into because we'll be venturing out into the jungle. What kind of dangers we're talking about, if you don't mind?
Well, I mean, Perry told me you guys had to deal with a Hydra, so there's potentially more of those.
Sure.
Beasts, strange plant life.
Encountered some of those as well.
Hey, so like all of that and more.
Right.
There are potentially dragons that make their homes in jungles. I couldn't tell you where, but you step in the wrong grove, that could be a thing. There are other weird creatures that tend to find their way through. And then there are also like intelligent tribes and things like that. There's a lot of like orcs and goblins, even other elven tribes that are not city-going folk that make their homes in these places. Some friendly, others not so much. So, just be careful. Be aware if that's where you're going. Although I don't know why. There's not really much around here other than the city. And most of the stuff you can find in the city. So you're pretty safe within the walls,
Oh yeah, we've noticed it seems to be quite secure.
It's been here for a very long time.
I just want to see if you could at least, give us a general idea of what we might run into, if there's anything else more specific than what we've already seen so far, or at least been warned about. And I appreciate that.
You can do some research. I could give you a whole bunch of things, but they'd probably just sound like words to you.
I understand.
You probably, when you get to the library, take a gander, and you'll probably be able to actually look up some information on the creatures to get an understanding of like what they might be. But the jungle's vast, and there's a lot of stuff going on, and a lot of stuff we don't know that's going on. So just be aware of that.
All right. I know we do plan to look it up as well, but I figure at least getting a general idea from someone who has been out there before would be a good place to start, and that worked beautifully.
Hopefully that helps you a little.
It does. Thank you.
You're welcome. Y'all all good?
I think
I'm great.
I think so. Mostly, I just wanted to fill you in.
Good.
Great. Well, I guess we'll see you around. You can message if you need anything. We're not going to be staying here too long, but
About how
a day
long?
or so.
Just a day or so? Right.
Yeah. Like Lex said, we have some information to gather, and I have some business.
Certainly. And once you're done here, I know Lex said she's got some business in River, and would you be heading that way? Because it depends on how long we're here.
I will be going there. I'm kind of her ride, so. Yeah. But I don't know if I'll be staying there. I have some business back in Agraria that I really should be tending to. So.
Well, I just wanted to ask because we do have to get there at some point as well, and if timelines just happen to line up, and would we be able to catch a ride? We have another arrangement we could make if we need to.
You're done by tomorrow, sure.
All right.
Yeah, there's no way we're going to be done by tomorrow.
Yeah, don't we?
Probably not, but
we have
just in
lots
case.
to do. Actually, we have an errand or two to run.
All right.
But
I mean, if you get really stuck, you can message me. But I'm also busy as well. So
of course.
Right.
If it's an emergency, I'm happy to help you. But if you have other arrangements, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to impose.
I
figured just in case there's a convenience that lines up. If you happen to be here and happen to be going in the same place, and we could catch a ride, great. We wouldn't want to put you out otherwise. We, for once, found someone that owes us a favor that we can cash in to get where we need to be.
That's great. Yeah, well, that's what adventuring does, right? Sometimes
it does.
You owe favors, sometimes you gain them.
Yes. We're a bit more in the owed column right now as far as favors go, but we got one that someone owes us. That is positive progress right there.
Great. Okay, well, we'll see you when we see you, and Fulton will just be like, I'll see you at 6.
I'll see you at 6. Bye.
They just finish their drinks, get up, and start heading out.
Cool. Peregrine?
Uh-huh.
You're seeing him at 6?
Yeah, we're just gonna, he's gonna take me on a tour of the city and such.
I thought the plan was for us to go to the library.
I mean,
you have like four or more hours.
There's plenty of time. And we literally just said maybe we'd wait on the library to see if we could gather more information and have a better chance of getting to stay longer or learning more.
Right. Plus, Lex has a thing she wants to look into around the town, and Perry heard about a few things that might need doing also round about the town. I figure the library is something we might, since we now have things to look into separate from it, we may want to postpone that a bit. Also, again, Campion may have notebooks full of the rantings of a madman that they might find interesting. Or, at least want. Because if it's not full of useful academic information, it could be helpful for diagnosing mental problems based on writing analysis. There's a lot we could unpack from him. So maybe he would have something for us. Plus, he might actually want to go in as well. So, look into a few things. Go find the guy for Lex. Get Campion, see what it wants to do as well. The library can happen when it happens.
We've got plenty of time.
I mean, yeah, I think there's stuff to look around. I know while we're out, we're told there's a overgrowth to the east that's giving people problems.
I actually heard some conversations about that while I was at the library too, so we could look into that and see if we could help out.
It depends on how far eastward. But yeah, definitely.
I would just like to point something out. Does anyone notice that anytime Perry is around Fulton, they kind of have the same hyper energy?
It's like watching two puppies get together, you know, they sort of just escalate one another.
As long as it's not just me that's seeing that.
No, it's nice. It's nice to see someone actually want to have a pleasant conversation with us, as opposed to Lex, you're all stupid, you know?
It's a balance.
It is. It just
fair enough.
I like that Fulton is happy to see at least one of us.
That's true. That feels nice by association.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I did help him out when we first met. So.
He definitely addresses all of you though when he's talking.
No.
Yeah.
He's
not
cordial.
just focused on Perry. Like he answers all of your.
Yeah, of course.
Well, he just gets that hyper, like,
Yeah,
talk
yeah.
fast energy.
Yeah.
It's kind of just Fulton actually.
Yeah, Fulton just is. I mean, he was like that the first time Perry met him.
Yeah.
Great.
Yes, but the rest of the group doesn't bounce
Doesn't know
off
that.
of him the same way that Perry does, and like that's why I use the two puppies comparison.
I know,
It's literally
I know.
like a pair
great.
of really hyperactive
He is like
puppies.
the complete
hey, how
opposite
you
of
doing?
Lex.
I'm doing great.
Yeah. All right, so you guys are kind of left. You have your drinks on the table. It's
Mhm.
about maybe 1 in the afternoon or so.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So which bird do we want to kill first?
I think first thing we want to do is go back and get Campion,
Yeah, that might be a
For
good
All
idea.
right, I forgot. Came in with me here.
and then walk him through everything. As far as getting into the library, it depends on what we can offer, but it is some sort of just knowledge that can preserve for academic purposes, for reference and release on a controlled basis. But
Well, given the price of everything, like, maybe it's best if we leave that until we, take a look at some things that are happening here.
right, I agree. I just let you know that if in case anyone has anything, that's basically about the standard what we're looking at.
What? Sorry, run it back in to me. We'll have something of what?
Information that we could give, like they would not accept, say, they used to try offering up basically individual compositions of like a traveling song of her people. Oriana tried passing off one of the songs she's been working on.
Well, that's...
One-offs wouldn't really do it. If anyone has, say, like an entire collection or anthology of things like that, I offered up my ma's journal to see if it would be acceptable.
That would be personalized knowledge. I mean, but as far as like music, I mean,
They implied they would want an entire set, not just the one piece.
Yeah, they want more things that people can use.
Right. So if it
And
is
grow
music,
with.
it has to be more
a
music.
larger than one person performance, like a band.
Or a multiple
Orchestra.
set of, you got the sense of like multiple set of compositions,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like a book.
Like
of
a
them.
book of compositions
Exactly.
by Fantasy Beethoven would
Exactly.
be acceptable.
Well, yeah, it doesn't have to be like, it doesn't have to be written in every single instrument, but something more than just, oh, I just threw this on a piece of paper and here you go, that's knowledge. Like to them, that
Yeah.
doesn't count.
Yeah, she only has like the 2 or 3 songs.
I know,
The
that's why
sea
that's why I'm
shanty,
Yeah.
the traveling song, and then
no.
the one that she is still working on, which is Secret.
I mean, I don't know how useful this will be. I have a prayer booklet of the rites and rituals of Andra's church, but I don't know if that's something.
Depends on if they've already
Well,
have it or not,
say-
I think.
Right.
They
But if
probably
it's-
already have it.
It's
I mean,
worth
it
a shot,
depends on-
if
There's
nothing
not
else.
templed of under here, but doesn't mean they won't have information on them, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Also depends
I
on,
offer- I
how old
offered
the
a
prayers
book on-
are.
I offered a book on the Free Kingdoms, and they seemed unimpressed. So that's all. I'm
Well,
saying.
I mean, it'll depend on the type of prayer book that
Mhm.
he has, and whether or not it's something more personal or older. I mean, you had a generic history book. There's difference.
Right. But be that as me, that's what we're looking at. So if anyone knows anything that might get us in, or if we're going to cross anything like that, then great. Because I can, if I have to, I can use Ma's journal to get me in, or to get all of us in. But whatever we give them, they keep.
No, also, it's sort of a you pay every time you enter.
That
to
as well.
speak.
So we get to go in for a little while, not very long time, but longer than a day. And then...
Well, they basically said you can stay as long as you want. They've got like rooms there and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
I want you
But
to leave.
once you're
yeah.
in,
Right.
you're in, and then once you leave, you've taken.
You're done. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. That's another reason.
Yeah, I'm just
for
explaining
not,
it wrong.
Yeah, that's another
just wanna
reason
make sure.
for-
Yeah.
for not going right away.
Right. We have other things we want to do, and Peregrine is already talking about having plans this evening, so she'd leave and then have to either wait for us outside for however long that'd be, or find knowledge to pay her way back in. I would
mean,
think.
I really don't think I would be of much help in a library.
No, but if we're all going in there and can't leave without having to pay back in, we may as well all go just to make sure we're not all split up for an indeterminate amount of time.
I'm just concerned. The last time we had a library available to us, we were chastised to some extent for not taking advantage of it when we had the opportunity.
Well,
And we
nobody's
still
saying
have the
for
opportunity
not
and plan to take
going.
advantage of it. We're talking
We're
about not
talking
going
about
right
leaving
now.
the city, though. We're talking about leaving the city, going to take care of
Hey, are we
things
leaving
off
the
in the
city?
jungle.
When
I
did
wasn't
we?
talking about that.
We didn't say we were
The
going to
grove
leave.
to the east or west. Or...
Well, we didn't say we would do that right away or today. Obviously.
No, we said it's something that's on our plate to look into, maybe. And I specifically said it depends on how far to the east that thing is, and if it does in fact involve leaving the city to go get there, then that would be something to consider. Other things we have to look into, however, are literally local. So I
Right.
was suggesting we look into whatever is nearby, see if we can find something that'll put us ahead of the game on trying to get into the library, because we go in once, and if we don't find more stuff they'd like to know, then unless we endear ourselves to the highest of governing bodies of this town, and we get granted the unlimited magic library card, we might be one and done in there. So we do not plan to ignore the library. We do plan to use it. We are going to be strategic about our usage of it and about our access to it, because it might be a one-off for us.
I mean, I would also like to, if possible, get the information for Lex before we leave, before she leaves, in case she needs to look into whatever it is in town.
Precisely.
I'm only trying to be considerate. No one is saying we're going to leave town before we've been to the library.
Right, and no one is saying we're going to not avail ourselves of said library. But remember,
No, we
the other
just
one,
want
we
to try
just
to
got
take
to
care of
walk
most
in.
of the business.
No,
Well,
that's
I
not
don't
what
think
we
so.
said.
Aaron's thing has to do south. We have to leave far a
Yeah.
bit way to be here. So I definitely think we need to go to the library before we even
Oh,
attempt that
absolutely.
at all. So,
Absolutely. I
That
just would
is-
like
yeah,
to...
that involves going into the library to research where we might be going. So
Right.
yeah, we're
And just
definitely doing
say-
that.
I'm just trying to say, the last time we went somewhere, we tried to do something, and we ignored the library, we missed our opportunities to be prepared. Just because the things that we have to do are in the city does not mean that we are not, or does not mean that we are prepared, rather.
I mean, I think I'm fairly prepared to ask questions about an individual Lex is looking for.
Yeah.
I
I don't
mean,
think we need to research that unless you want to try and go find how to win friends and influence people and read over that to see how we could better avail ourselves of conversation. What we're talking about is taking care of things in the town before we move on to
Maybe
the library
just-
and
I
not
mean,
leave town without going to the library. If you feel like you'd rather just go ahead and go to the library, then you figure out what you can do to buy your way in and have at it.
I mean, this conversation is kind of moot. Perry has to leave at 6, so it's not like we're going today.
And that,
So it's not like we can visit the library today anyway.
I mean, if I can find something that I can donate, then you all are free to go today on your own. That's fair. I can do other things about the city. I can look into some of the things I've heard about healing, being strong, or the strange rashes or something. If it is that important that you go right this minute. However,
But-
I honestly feel like we could at least maybe try to take care of this favor for Lex before we go to the library. That way we make the most of it.
right.
That is
what
not
are
the
we-
majority of our business, Oriana. That is one task.
What
we
were you
have a
looking to
lot of
find,
business.
Oriana? Because what you might say, what you were looking for, might be, you might have a point, might be actually more important than anything else. What were you looking to find? Or looking to research?
I just don't want to be caught unprepared.
And we are not planning
I'm
to.
tired of Lex looking at us and thinking that we're a bunch of screw-ups. I'm tired of...
I don't
Frankly,
think that's ever going to stop.
Lex's opinion of us as a group is not how we should deem ourselves worthy or unworthy.
No.
He's one
Maybe we
person.
should.
No, but she has a point. We've been at this for,
Sure.
what, 2 months, and we've died 7 times?
I don't think that not doing research is why we keep dying.
I think that's exactly why.
I think part of the reason is because you don't trust everybody.
I trust all of you.
Now, don't lie to me. Multiple times we have been trying to do something, and you have done things to manipulate this group. You did not trust us in that cave and chose to lie to us. Do not tell me you trust me if you are going to lie. And do not lie to my face, especially if you want to call yourself my friend. Being unprepared may be part of the problem, but it is not the majority of the problem. Not working together is a problem we have.
I trusted all of you enough to release Cynric from a spell that was keeping him held back. And even as he stabbed me, I knew it wasn't him.
That's not I'll tell you something right now. I think you released Cynric because you thought we could not win without him, because you have said that we need him.
I released him because we work the best when we are all together.
And in our right minds, however. That's another key point.
Yes, and up until that point, when Cynric was given a moment to calm himself, he was fine.
But this
I
wasn't
made
like
a mistake. But I
And
still
could that
trusted
mistake
him.
had been solved by preparing more?
Perhaps
or
it
no?
could have.
I really doubt it.
there was no information we could have gotten necessarily that would have prepared us for those things cast in literal spells. And we knew that they were cast in spells because someone was able to counterspell one. I think that you are oversimplifying the issue. And I think that you need to seriously consider how you treat folk and whether you do trust them. Because I'm going to tell you something. Nothing is more insulting than being called paranoid for being just a little concerned because something is stalking us and making children sing nursery rhymes about our deaths. And then, instead of trusting that I had seen the people I've seen, because we know that I have pretty good vision, I'm pretty danged observant, you had to send a message to make sure. You don't trust me a bit. Anytime I have something to say, you have to argue with me. I have to be wrong.
I voiced concern when we realized that our minds were being messed with. And you expressed your frustration with me trying to suggest that we are attributing more to it than it was worth. So when you say you see someone we know personally, and I have a means of confirming that they are there, to make sure that we are not being led into a trap that you are worried about. That is why I asked. I have been told that I do not find the truth. I trust in others to give me what is real. So forgive me if I'm trying to make sure my friends aren't walking into a trap. So try and forgive me if I am trying to be sure, for once in my life, that I am being told the truth. I trust all of you. I don't think any of you would ever lie to me. I don't think any of you would ever try to trick me.
Then why
And you're right. I shouldn't have done what I did in the cave.
It's about time you admitted it.
In that moment, I weighed what our actions are normally against what I thought would be too risky, too dangerous. And I miscalculated. I apologize for that, Peregrine. I apologize to all of you for that.
You are not in charge here. We are a team. You don't get to make the decisions for everybody. And what you did back there, this is the first time you've admitted that it was wrong. After you were confronted multiple times about it. And then you go and accuse me of being paranoid when I just say, hey, maybe we should be mindful of something terrible happening. In fact, we don't know that something was messing with my mind. Those children, those words were coming out of those children's mouths. Now, you don't have to believe me because clearly you don't trust my decision making. But maybe part of the problem, maybe the part of the reason that 7 times we have almost lost someone or have lost someone completely. It's because we don't trust each other well enough to work together.
At this point, you guys find yourselves at the front of the, what do I call it? The Golden Cook.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you have been having this conversation as you've been
we've been walking and
along
talking, definitely.
the
Yes.
streets, and have actually,
Walking and fighting.
as you've been arguing, those of you who have not been directly involved at all times, as this has mainly been between Peregrine and Oriana, have noticed like people kind of like looking at you as you're kind of like arguing as you're going along. No one's made any comments or done anything, but the rest of you have kind of noticed like you've gotten looks as this has gotten quite heated between the two, but you do find yourselves at the front of the tavern ready to head in. I'm just going to cut away from you, Campion. This whole time,
Yes.
what have you been doing?
Hey man,
So you get back. You get back to the
Yeah.
tavern easily enough. It
Yes.
wasn't that far from the potion shop. Where do you go?
We already got the rooms and everything, so
You do,
yeah, Campion would have gone into his room that he's sharing and started laying down his both his alchemist and herbalist set, and starts just like figuring this shit out to make some fucking health potions, man.
Okay, so are you actually starting on the creation process?
Yeah, I know it's not gonna be enough time. Like it's only been like I guess like an hour. That's it. But like
Well,
yeah.
the thing is I will just say this. You know that it requires your full attention to do this.
For 8 hours straight.
Yes, it's 8 hours.
Fuck.
So if you work on this,
Yes.
you can't do anything else. There may be a point where you can kind of like half it
Yeah.
But well, like, it's not something that you're going to be able to like half and then carry off somewhere and then like do the other half. Like, you'll have to finish it at some point.
Okay. Gotcha.
But it's like, it's like you can't just leave out a chemical like all night and be like,
Yeah,
I'll
all
come
night,
back to it tomorrow. Like I can't, like, when I'm mixing my dice resin, I can't be like, I mix my resin
unstable.
and then I leave
It's
the resin
unstable.
and I'm like, okay, I'm going to go play video games or I'm going to go do D&D for 4 hours. I come back, that resin's hardened. So like,
Yeah, it's gone.
you know that the idea is like, you kind of have to be focused on the complete creation process. There may be a point at the end where you can kind of leave it like boiling or bubbling, but you're going to have to kind of tend to it over a period of time. You might be able to leave it for like an hour here or there, but it's generally like a focal creation process of mixing like almost chemicals together. It's not quite chemicals, but herbs and things like that.
Okay.
It's like baking a cake and leaving it in the oven. Eventually it's going to burn if you don't go back to it and
Yeah.
take it out.
Yeah, no. You know what? Campion, he's not gonna do that. He's gonna be working on Greybone a little bit. He's gonna be, working on his gauntlet and his, leg brace. And then, like, when he's gonna start getting hungry, he's gonna go downstairs and like get something quick to eat from the barkeep. And then he's just gonna be sitting at a table eating while he's just writing random shit in his notebook.
Go ahead.
That's the kind of stuff we need.
Go ahead and make me a Tinker Tools check.
Okay, cool.
That's the kind of content we need Campion to generate. Get us in the library, man.
Take notes.
The rantings of a madman.
Tinker's Tools, you
What if I put
bastard.
socks on Greybone?
I put socks on Greybone? Where?
Friction causes him to slide.
Put some wheels on him.
I hate you so fucking much.
You love us. Make your Tinker's Tools
He gets
check.
like jetpack butt pads.
Yes! We're gonna make Greybone into Dynamut. Just wait. Take down all these suggestions and you put them all in there. He will be Dynamut. It'll be great.
Okay.
So yeah, that's a 14.
Okay.
Nice.
You work on Greybone. He starts to like, you feel like you're loosening up his joints a bit. Feels a little bit more limber. You're still kind of trying to figure out like what was lost in the process of like using that ore. You still see some of like the sheen of the ore on his body, and how you built him that way. Even when you recreate him again, because you're able to gather up the parts and like replace them together and sort of melt down the metal and the ore to put it together. But you're still unable to kind of quite figure out exactly how you would melt it to really and affix it to really bolster it permanently. Still didn't. You just missed that because you were too busy doing the grappling hook, and you're still kind of trying to figure out the finer points. But you figure maybe a few more times you might get there. Enough times kind of taking Greybone apart and putting him back together, you might be able to get that. In terms of your gauntlet and leg brace, you're able to kind of like loosen them up to be more malleable. One of the things that you had noticed is like in the arid and dry and sandy desert, they had started to kind of like lock up a little bit. You've kind of made them more nimble again.
Very cool.
But you come downstairs, and as you've got some food in front of you and you're like working in your notebook, you do see, you look up and you kind of see the rest of your group kind of walking in, heading. You guys see Campion at the table, kind of notebook, kind of writing, eating a bit of stew, and writing again.
Campion! Just the man I wanted to see. Listen, how much of the crazy shit you make do you write down or draw out? All of it? And how many copies do you have?
Well, I write down all of it. And
Do you make multiple copies of it, possibly? And how would you like to have it in a library?
well, I have multiple volumes, but my mom has volumes 1 through 127.
127?
How many are there total?
This is gonna be 128.
Oh, okay. I was
That is
concerned that you had
impressive.
even more
wait, so-
with you.
I have several questions now.
I do as well. I yield to Bal'taem, however. Please get this ball rolling.
What did you have 128 volumes of writing?
Different things, mostly different inventions that I had. I had shoes with wheels on them, and rockets. Ooh, I had armor that could utilize the sun in order to increase one's arcane energy, but it technically didn't work right. It would bake you in like a baked potato. Yeah.
So, how many of those were like that
Wow.
last one of the 128?
Think of a Saw movie.
So the inventions just kills you instantly.
It's like boiling
I-
inside of an Iron Maiden.
I'd say a good 63%.
Oh, that's actually pretty good. I would
There is
say.
knowledge to be
other
learned
ones-
from failures.
The other ones
Yes, there is, actually.
could work in theory, but
Oh,
are expensive.
okay.
Right.
So they're not tested.
Right.
No.
Here's a question. How long do you think it'd take you to, if you didn't want to give away one of your existing journals, to maybe, I don't know, replicate a booklet of, say, your greatest actual functional hits? And, or do you have anything like that on you that you can spare? See, to get into that library, we need to give them knowledge they don't have, and then we get access. And it's just sort of we give once, we go in once,
Well, does it have
stay in there as long as we like, but once we leave, we leave.
We could have given them the book.
the
But,
question?
you know,
The question is well, knowledge. Does it have to be written down, or can I just give them?
It has to be written down.
Right. They won't accept a TED talk.
I mean, did they say it had to be written down?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just had a fantastic, possibly idea, but it would take me a little bit of time.
That's fine. That's something we seem to have a bit of.
I page through my sketchbook and I point at where I've been sketching things. If I could remember what some of those abominations that we faced looked like well enough, I might be able to sketch together a small booklet of them.
Maybe that might have to be more than just the drawings, though, because
right.
then it could just look like it's your art portfolio.
Well, I mean, we could also maybe note when or where we saw those creatures.
And what they were like, how they fought, things like that. Maybe
It would take some time to put together.
right,
Obviously.
sort of like a manual of monsters.
A little bit like that, yes.
I hate you, Chad.
Fuck you. If I wasn't going to
brilliant.
do it, one of you would have. Okay.
I would have,
You're
actually.
jealous. I
Peregrine,
beat
go
you.
ahead and make an intelligence check.
Oh, okay. This is probably
And,
not as good an idea as I think it
I
is.
know.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
I didn't think of it myself.
See, I'm just saying.
Oh, that's a 5. So, yeah.
You're fine. Just wanted to see.
DM, could I roll an intelligence check to see if I could just rip out pages of like the personal information of what I have about the entity that I'm connected with, and like all the notes I've collected about the whole kind of like dreamscape thing. Can I just give the rest of the journal that I have to the library, and
Well,
would they
I
be
will
cool
say
with
this:
it?
you don't have to make a check for it. You weren't there, so you don't know.
I wouldn't know. Okay,
And you're
Yeah.
not, and they don't really.
they wouldn't know either. Yeah, because
But I will say this: like, imagine giving a book to a library,
yeah,
and 20 or 30 of the pages are torn out of the book.
got you.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's not
cool.
going to work.
Cool.
You,
cool beans.
Do you have
So
the
if you wanted to
blueprints?
transcribe only the stuff that you wanted to give, however, I will
Yeah.
say this: the stuff that you've been going through
Yeah.
is not normal.
It's not.
You could be a magical medical oddity.
True.
Potentially unknown things that might
Kinda
eventually-
don't want my business out of there, but I also
That's
Like, that's the
fair.
same with like Quinn's mother's journal. Like
Yeah,
he's
a
giving
lot of
over
what
all
we
of
have
her
is-
blacksmithing knowledge, but he actually he doesn't know whether it's the blacksmithing knowledge they want or the other stuff that's.
that's
Yeah.
the thing.
Yeah.
That's why he didn't just hand it over on the spot and be like, yeah, okay, we'll find everybody else and come in.
So you don't really
Yeah.
know because you haven't met these people. You can potentially try, but
Okay.
you can't really make a roll for that because you weren't there.
Question: how long would it take me to transcribe my journal onto another journal?
The journal that you have with all your stuff in it.
Yeah.
A journal with hundreds of pages.
I would say like he's like kind of in the middle of it, so it's probably
Yeah.
like not that,
Yeah.
but it'll take you probably a good couple of days.
A good couple of days.
Because you're
Okay.
very much like Campion's very much been like I have this dream, blah blah blah, and then
Yeah.
and then the next page he'll go on and start drawing like the gears of like the next
Exactly.
thing that he's doing.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah,
it's like one's on the back of the page of the other, so you can't even
Yeah.
like you
You
So
can't-
it's kind of like
yeah,
in the
dude.
same place. So you have to
Mhm.
kind of like go through the pages that he doesn't want and only transcribe the ones that he does.
Exactly.
And there are
Yeah.
probably just as many of one as there are of the other.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
transcribing 50 pages of inventions, and of course, like you have very precise calculations and sometimes like diagrams of how you've like measured things and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
it takes a bit to like get those in a
Exactly.
way that would make sense. So you could do it. It would just take you a couple of days.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I imagine
if you don't have
Campion's
that.
journal is like this hodgepodge mess, and then if you lay it next to Perry's, her sketchbook is really like neat and tidy and like
Yeah.
organized.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, like
I mean,
there's
just think of like you've been adventuring and going through all of this weird stuff and having like these weird visions, and you're trying to get them down as you're doing it. And you're just putting it in the first place that you see, and then at the same time,
Yeah.
Campion's like each night he's like sitting down crisscross applesauce and being like, "What's this new
Mhm.
invention I can figure out?" Fly
Yeah.
in
It's
the
not
moon,
just when he sits
you know,
down at night.
I want to see how I get to the space, gotta do that, like so.
I want to build
the-
a rocket to the moon.
Yeah, exactly.
no.
Yeah, Campion strikes me as the guy who never
there's
looks
like
up from
that
his
there's
phone,
like that
but just
dichotomy
never runs
of,
into
of
anything.
the
either.
stuff, and Campion is very much like,
Yeah.
as he's shown, ADD, so he kind
Yeah.
of like
Yeah.
he'll just put like, there are some pages in your book that are literally like the first top part is like a half complete thought about
Yeah.
like a vision that you've had, and then right
And
below
it
it's
just
like
trails
some
off into something.
it's like
yeah.
some artificer invention that you're like trying to build, or some new part that you're trying to affix to Greybone, and it's like weird how like some of this stuff doesn't even like match up. It's
Yeah.
like it's almost like you were thinking one thing and then your brain just switched to a different page
Yeah.
and like went into something else.
Yes, exactly.
It's literally like just like Fango.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for anyone
Yeah.
else reading, it might be actually very confusing and like you wouldn't even
This
know
is
what
the insanity of a madman.
Yeah,
That's
but
kinda what
to
Quinn
you,
was thinking.
to you, Campion, when
It makes
you
the
read it
clear
over,
sense.
yeah, you're
Yeah.
like, I know
Yeah.
I know exactly how this thing is organized. I know exactly where everything is. You know exactly what page to find things on. But anyone else would like read it and be like, what the fuck is this?
Yo. We need to talk to this man. He needs some help.
It's the milk.
Well,
Here's
it's
the milk.
less that. It's just more that like the thoughts don't string together. Like
Yeah.
Campion's
it makes
mind
no
do,
sense to the
but to
Uh,
the reader
reader.
it wouldn't.
Okay, cool. So yeah, so Campion's gonna be like, he's gonna look down at journal, 128, and he's like, well, I can just always make another journal, I guess,
Yeah, you don't have to, is the thing. I just wanted to know if you had a backup of anything. I know you're quite thorough in all of your things to write down, but whatever you give them, they keep for good.
No,
We're trying to figure out what other options there are to get us in there, aside from giving up something that's personal to either of us, if we
And
can.
Campion, I
other-
will
yeah.
say the reason
Yeah.
it will take you a little bit of extra time too
Yeah,
is because again you're very much like just a like thought comes into your head, you write it down.
exactly.
This would be you like meticulously copying
Mm.
old information, which doesn't
Mhm.
generally interest you,
Yeah.
into re-copying it, which is
Yeah.
hard for you. It's hard for you to focus on.
Exactly.
So that's why it would also take you a little bit of extra time because you do.
And then
you're doing
what happens
something
if I get
against your
triggered
nature.
again?
Yeah.
Where I'm just like, I need to, like, I didn't finish and then I'm like, oh, well, now I have the idea to finish this.
So
And
I'm
then
just saying that, like,
Yeah.
I feel like Campion would never be able to do it because he'd stop
No,
halfway
the-
through and like
He might,
fit. Yeah.
But I will
The
say that
campaign
that's
is
why
pretty
you
We'll have
would-
whole different
you would
ideas.
At least need a couple of days because
Yeah.
you would have to.
Yeah, it's cool. It's
You know
cool.
what we need? Fantasy Kinkos.
Okay.
Hire a scribe to just start
Maybe.
copying this stuff down
Campion's
either
willing
book.
to give his book over to someone.
I mean,
Yeah.
when we give his mom's journal, we can find a
Yeah,
a
the
copy
only-
machine.
The only other copy that I have is my noggin. And
Right, we're not giving him your noggin. You need that.
It's an abyss of ideas.
Well, again, Quinn, you know, like, you could copy your mom. You could go buy another journal, copy all of your mom's stuff into that. It will take you days because that journal is her life.
Yeah. I know. That's why I was saying if we could find like a fantasy Kinko's, that way one of us isn't committed to writing stuff down.
You can do that if you want to copy. It's just going to take time.
Yeah, okay. I know.
So there's a lot of ideas in here.
Okay. Well, I mean,
just someone to put out on the table and see if you were willing to do it or not.
Well,
I'm not saying you have to.
I am. But these things are cheap.
I get it.
That's fair, and you don't have to, honestly.
Right, and we might be able to find something else as well.
Would you buy me a new journal?
You know what? Absolutely.
Like several.
Within reason.
Yes.
I personally am broke, so
we have the funds to replace your journal with a new blank copy to fill in.
Right. And again, we're going to be doing some business around town before we try to get into the library. We might get lucky and just run across something.
Okay.
That we could use to get in. Or we might just, as a group, brainstorm something else that we can use without having to give over your journal. I wanted to see if you were willing to do or not.
If I can get more journals, I'm willing.
All right.
To give the journal.
Well, we can definitely get you a new journal. I'm sure there are plenty of shops that sell really nice journals.
Like an infinite journal.
You know, honestly, this town is supremely.
And then he just starts writing in his journals like infinite journal.
We might be able to find one. This would be the place to look, I think, for an infinite journal.
Instead of a bag of holding, it's a journal of endless writing.
Yeah, man.
Journal of endless pages.
And at this point, the bar hands come over to you and offer you food and drink as you are all sitting down there joining Campion.
Yeah, I haven't eaten lunch yet, so
all the
order
drink.
food.
Yeah, as you guys get your lunch and mugs of ale or wine, you are left there to chat about what you would like to accomplish the rest of the afternoon. It's about two or so at this point in the afternoon. And as you're all kind of like convening and figuring out what you want to do, that's where we're going to take our break for the evening. I was extra long. So, thank you everyone for sticking with us. Hope you're enjoying. We will be back very shortly to get back into the zany adventures in Zuma. So
I can date.
Yeah, man.
But we will be back very, very shortly. So stick with us, and we'll see you in a few.
Alrighty.
All right, we are back. Just gonna put us back into music. So yes, you guys are finishing up your lunch and sitting around the table at the Golden Cook Tavern and Inn. You have still another 4 or so hours before, Perry, you have your other
Engagement.
engagement. But you still have time in the day to do anything as a group if you would like.
Did we find out how far away from where we're at the Zephyr District would be?
Like
how long it would take us to get to it?
You haven't asked anyone about the directions there, so you don't know at this point.
Okay.
Okay.
Me and Cynric were in the Aquine district.
Yeah, you were in the Aquine district.
Yeah. Aquine district. Okay.
Where were the horses?
Not to be confused with the equine.
Shut up, Jake.
Aquine, like water.
It could have been seahorses.
Big seahorses you can ride like Aquaman, maybe?
So,
Okay.
I mean, that would be kind of awesome.
Hey.
Yes, it would. That's
Depending on
why I
the
brought it up.
CR, Perry could learn to do that because it's swim speed. Anyway.
That's delightful.
Also, there was a water aquarium in the Aquine district. Perry's gonna want to visit.
Yes, the
water aquarium, yes.
To see all the
As
water.
opposed to like a
Because,
land aquarium.
yes, or a swamp aquarium.
Yeah.
That was
You guys
kind of
done
an
before
you
aquarium
finish?
at that point.
Yeah.
Just
Are you
a
guys done? Are you
non-water
finished?
aquarium.
Are
The
you
other
guys
kind of
done?
aquarium, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just
Sky
gonna.
aquarium
so-
is just very, very
The
sad.
dry aquarium.
Well, a sky aquarium is just an aviary, right?
Only for flying fish.
Ah.
All right.
We have those.
What are you guys doing?
Is that the fun?
I mean, yeah, I would like to.
Should we maybe ask
Yes.
about how close the Zephyr District is?
Yeah, we can see if we can maybe get that taken care of for your plans tonight. We don't want to make you late for anything.
Okay, so you're heading over to the bar to chat with Aldous.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's a good idea.
Right.
Let's do that.
So the Zephyr District. Yeah. That's probably about from here an hour's walk. The Searing District is kind of
Right.
long and kind of takes up the southern portion of the city. The Zephyr District kind of connects with the southeastern portion. Sort of flows into obsidian district, which goes into the mountain.
Okay, so maybe that might be more than we can take care of today, huh?
Yeah, by the time we get there, we could probably ask around for like an hour or so.
Yeah, I mean,
and
you
then
have
come
like
back
you have
before-
like 4 hours, you know. So
Yeah.
if it took
Yeah,
you
we could
an hour,
get
you'd
there
have 2
to,
hours to do some looking around.
Reconnaissance and yeah.
That sounds like plenty of time.
I wouldn't want you to be late for your evening.
Uh-huh. Please don't make this weird.
Make what's
Making it
weird?
weird.
I mean, you're just
Sure,
going
that's
out, giving a tour, having a bite with someone, you know.
Uh-huh.
Friends can go places.
I mean,
Yes.
me and Cynric had a lovely boat evening or morning.
Yeah,
I
how
guess.
did that go, by the way?
It was nice.
Yeah, see, that kind of thing happens all the time.
I feel differently about it than I did in the moment, but still nice.
Well, you
All
know,
right,
you
then.
didn't drink a
You
free
got these
sample
nice
of love
hats. I
potion.
put the hat on.
Yeah,
I
That
never
is
took
a-
mine off.
yeah.
That is a very fancy hat.
Man walks down the street wearing that, you know he's not afraid of anything.
I'm gonna get some robes tomorrow.
As
Found
all
out
this
you're supposed to
comes
wear
to
pants
clean
with them.
your as all this comes to clean your plates, he says, "Looking good, gentlemen."
Aren't they, though?
Thank you.
Quite jaunty.
Very fine hats.
I'd like to think that I had a little bit of influence on this stylistic change.
Quiet.
Well,
I would like to think a lot.
excellent.
Ah,
Wow.
I want art of Bal'taem in that hat.
Found out you're supposed to wear pants with robes. That's new information I did not previously know.
Wait, are you serious?
Today I learned.
I mean,
I
I was under the
thought-
assumption they were optional as well.
Right. I thought that's the point of having it be like floating.
I mean, you know,
I mean, they
it's,
are.
it-
You don't
it's
know
a
what
valid,
anyone has under there. You just got the sense that.
Yeah.
It's a valid fashion choice.
Let me say 2 words, and see if that changes your mind about the no pants thing.
This is like 6 words, but okay.
Stiff breeze.
What
That
about
sounds nice.
Have you ever heard the term blow your dress up?
No, I don't.
That, I believe, is what Oriana is implying here by stiff breeze.
Suppose that would be a concern.
Anyway,
Going from
why-
someone who has worn many dresses.
Yeah, I have had, you know, that issue with
I
skirts
would wear
in the past.
undergarments. I wouldn't like just be like freeballing it.
Free ball to aiming it. Anyway,
Wow.
Oh, that's so good. I'm so proud of you.
Oh, man.
in
See,
case you wondered
this-
why Chad married me. Anyway, why don't we head on over to the Zephyr district then and take a look around, see if we can maybe get a beat on this fella that Lex is looking for. Maybe
least
make
get
progress there.
Yeah, at least get a head start, and then plenty of time for you to, you know, have your meal. And yeah, this is entirely doable. I say we go ahead and get on the way.
Okay, so you guys start
Off we
heading
go.
towards the Zephyr district.
Mm-hmm.
And once you get there, I assume you like ask where this Whirling Winds Tavern is.
Yes.
You are directed there. Takes you another
Dope.
10-15 minutes or so. And you find yourselves in front of a large stone building with a sign that says Whirling Winds with painted gusts on either side that seems to actually be constantly gently blowing in the breeze.
Neat.
Neat.
As you step inside, you see that the tavern is bustling. And there are plenty of people at both the bar and at the tables. Manning the bar is a human woman with long blonde hair tied up in a ponytail.
Okay.
Okay.
We would like to go up to this woman, I imagine.
The first thing I would like to do is like look around and see if I spot anyone who looks like the gentleman in question.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check.
That's a 16. Not bad.
Okay. You look around. You see a lot of different people. You do see a couple of halflings, but one has like raggedy brown hair, and another one has sort of like dirty blondish hair. You do not
Okay.
see this person that you had been asked to look for, at least not from that view.
Okay.
All right.
That's fine. I just thought maybe I'd look around.
Maybe get lucky. Yeah.
I'll head up to the lady at the bar, I think.
Mhm. Okay, so you all head over to the
we
bar.
do. Yes, we do.
It takes a moment because there are quite a few people being served, but eventually she comes over to you and she says, "Well, how can I help you?"
Good afternoon. We are looking for a mutual friend of an associate of ours. Rather, an associate of a mutual friend, but Kelvor Bergen, I believe his name is.
I don't really know who that is, but I get a lot of clientele in here, so someone might know, but name doesn't really ring a bell. Apologies. Can I get you a drink?
I insight check that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll give that a shot too. Why the heck not?
5.
Oh.
21.
15.
Bal'taem, shady. This chick knows something. Oriana and Quinn, you look around the bar. It is very busy in here. You get the sense that, like, while he may be a patron, she's not lying in that the name to her does not ring a bell.
That tracks.
Yeah.
All right.
You sure you never had any?
Also, like, generally, like, you know, when I go to a bar, I'm not like, "Hey, my name is this. Give me a drink." So it's also potential that he just has never spoken his name. You don't know.
But maybe you might.
You don't get the sense that she's lying to you about, like, doesn't ring a bell.
Okay. Maybe you might recognize him on description. Halfling fella, black hair, has a scar on his left cheek. Usually, apparently, just about, like a mid-level merchant type.
Oh, yes. But I don't think he's been around in the last week or so. I haven't seen him. But again, I only know him by the description, not exactly best of friends with him. But I haven't seen him interact with all sorts of different people.
Right. Anyone he interacted with more than others, possibly, that's maybe regular around here?
No, that's actually the interesting thing. If I can remember correctly, and believe me, I get a lot of customers, so please do not hold me to this. But from what I've seen, he was often dealing with different people. Could be just the type of person he was. Maybe he was doing business in here. Not really sure.
Right. Well, that's the impression that we got, is you conducting a bit of business in your establishment.
I mean, there might be some people here who know him. You'd have to ask around, but I'd often see him chatting with different sorts of people. He wouldn't come in, say, with a group of friends or something like that and sit down at a table and have a good, hearty meal and chat.
Right. So there was different folk every time he was in, most likely.
Most of the time, yeah, most of the time. Or he'd be alone.
You wouldn't happen to recall if he seemed particularly excited or perhaps a bit dour on his last visit?
Most of the time he looked excited, or at least not miserable. Again, I want to give you details if he's a friend of yours or a mutual friend, but I didn't know him that well. And he didn't do anything extraordinary or weird or anything like that would make me, really stand out or something like that. Like, he wasn't a terrible customer, but he also wasn't, like, the greatest customer I've ever had.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense.
But he definitely used to come in here quite a bit. It's strange not to see him for a week.
Any place in the tavern he frequents? like a chair or a table he frequently sits?
No, it's often quite busy in here, so he would usually,
Whatever.
when I saw him, he would often like meet someone, sit with them, or come to the bar by himself.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome to ask around, though. I'm sure someone knows who he is.
I think
You're
we'll do
often
that.
enough.
Question: is there wait staff, or is it just the person at the bar?
There are a few like wait staff walking around, but they're like going but hustling and bustling between table to table, so you can potentially flag one down. Yes.
Okay. He wouldn't happen to maybe, I don't know, being a little friendlier than with some of your staff, possibly, or maybe.
I mean, it's possible, but again, none of them came to me and said like he's a customer. We have to watch. You know, he's good. He tipped when he needed to. He was good about paying his tabs. Nothing over and above, you know. And he never really, at least to me or anyone that I know, got overly friendly. He seemed to like to keep to himself, I guess. Maybe whatever his business was, he wanted to just do it and enjoy himself and then leave.
All right, that makes sense. Well, thank you. I appreciate the time.
Of course.
To see if there's anyone else.
Wish you luck in finding him. I hope everything's okay.
As do we. Thank you.
As do we.
If he is a merchant, you know, he could be on business somewhere or something like that. Again, he would frequent here, but I do remember times where he would not be here, so.
Has he ever not been here for about this long of a stretch? Or
I mean, for periods, yeah.
Okay.
Merchants are merchants. They often have to travel.
Sure. So this isn't exactly out of the ordinary.
No. But he certainly hasn't been here for a bit, so I don't know whether that means he's, you know, on vacation or traveling somewhere or what.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe he found a better place. I don't know. We're pretty good here, though. I like to think.
Seems delightful, your establishment.
Well, let me know if I can get you anything. And please, don't disturb the clientele too much. I'm not going to force you to buy anything, but, you know, respect my customers, please.
Absolutely. We would not dream of disturbing anyone here unnecessarily. We just want to make sure that the person we're looking for is has a reason for not returning a few important calls.
Well, you're welcome to ask around.
Right, okay.
Thank you. So I'll turn to the rest of the group. All right, so maybe just see if there's anyone we can find that knows him. Try and keep it low key.
Yeah, I mean, we could see if there are any people around here who look like merchants who might know something or know him.
I think she's shady. I think she knows things.
She seemed real nice.
She seemed pretty on level to me.
They always do.
I'm gonna take 2 gold pieces out and put them on the bar for her. Thank you for your time, man.
Oh, thanks. Are you sure you don't want anything?
You know what? I'll take a glass of wine.
Of course. Let me get that for you. And,
nice.
She quickly pours you a glass and hands it to you as you kind of like walk around or kind of case the bar or the tavern.
Let's see here. Let's see.
What you guys doing?
Do there look to be any like big groups of like people who look like they're dressed in kind of merchant?
Go ahead and make a perception.
Cool. Let's do that. Maybe I will do better. 13.
It's a fairly large tavern. You do see quite a few different groups of people wearing just like general robes, looking decently dressed, having conversations at various tables. So yes, there are people who look merchant-like. You're not sure if they are or not, but there's not like a specific standard like,
right,
I am a Pokemon merchant. This is where you come to buy your goods.
Oh man, I want a Charmander.
You get the sense of there are plenty of you get the sense of people who potentially would be versus like people who are just coming in off a day of work in some other area, like maybe mining or something else. You do see a few at like 2 or 3 tables around.
Well, I mean, I see a few people who might.
That's some place to start. And even look like they're waiting for someone, maybe?
I mean, I didn't notice that much. I just noticed. I mean, I don't know much about like what a merchant looks like versus what a normal person looks like, except we don't look like merchants, and miners don't look like merchants.
No, that's entirely fair. All right. Well, I imagine we just want to maybe, go up to some of the people that look to be possibly in the mercantile business and see if maybe they know this person.
Fair enough.
All right.
So Perry points out who she thinks might be the rest of you.
Okay. Then yeah, I would like to go in that direction.
Okay.
Towards some of these people and just try to be as unobtrusive as possible. Not like bust in on them or anything.
Okay. You walk up to their table. You are still a chainmailed with a shield on your back and a hammer on your back gentleman, but they definitely look up when you step over to their table.
Mm-hmm.
Can I help you?
Quite possibly. I am actually looking for someone who frequents this establishment from time to time, does a bit of business here. Fella by the name of Kelvor Bergen. I didn't know if maybe you knew this person.
Kelvor? Are you one of his clients?
A friend of ours is, and they're just a bit concerned that he hasn't been able to be reached recently, and we're just doing a favor, trying to look in and see if we can find the gentleman. Make sure he's all right, that sort of thing.
Right. Well, I'm not extremely close to him, but he does frequent this establishment. I believe he does business here with his clients.
Mm-hmm.
Hasn't been here for about a week, I think.
Yeah, that's what the proprietor told us. Didn't know if maybe you might know where he'd be if he's not here, or if he does any business anywhere else. Maybe know where he lives, anything of that nature.
Some sort of like office or shop front he might have.
Or that, yes.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
I can do that.
Do it.
23. I can persuade now, y'all.
Well, I don't know his home, but I do think I heard him tell someone that he'd recently come into possession of an ancient tome of some sort. I'm not sure what it was. Couldn't tell you what it was about. But that's the last I heard. I figured he just went off either on business to meet a client somewhere else or traveling somewhere. He does get a lot of these items. I don't know where he lives, but I do think I remember him saying he has a storage hold for some of his items in the Obsidian District. His home is here somewhere in the Zephyr District, but I don't know where. But the Obsidian District is where I think he keeps a lot of the things that he procures until he trades them or has a client purchase them.
All right, then.
And you wouldn't happen to know where he might be storing things in the Obsidian District? Is there like a specific, I don't know, section allotted for storage, or is it just sort of could be anywhere sort of thing? We're a bit new to town, just sort of while we pass through trying to help out.
Right. I believe there is a couple of facilities. There is the Stronghold is one of the storage facilities. Another is called the Merchant's Keep.
Okay.
I think those are the two main ones in the Obsidian District. I'm not sure which one he used specifically, but perhaps if you go there, they can let you know if he's one of their clients.
I hope they could. That's very helpful. I appreciate
Yes,
that.
thank you very much.
Of course, I wish you luck in finding him for your friend.
Yes. Thank you. And then
I just was wondering while this conversation was going, has anyone been like listening or paying any close attention to us?
Ooh.
Go ahead and make a
Smart.
perception.
Okay. I'll do good. Average.
You kind of look
Literally.
around. Other than the other people at his table that you can see, you don't really notice anyone specifically like kind of like leaning in or anything like
Right.
that.
Okay. Just want to cover the base.
Yeah, there are occasionally a few heads that like turn over and like look, just because there's a group of like the six of you
Right.
kind of like standing there like asking questions, but like no one that you can like net out is like, oh, this person's like listening in on us. You know,
Right.
like,
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else? Again, I don't know him all that well.
Right. Of course. I'm just going to sort of look to the rest of the group and just be like,
I mean, do you know of any clients he has in the city that might know where he lives?
That I
Mhm.
could not tell you. I'm sorry. His
Alright.
business is his business.
Right,
When
of
he
course.
comes in, I've exchanged a few words with him before, ever so often. Done business with him before once, but we're just associates in that regard.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. Thank you.
The last time he was, when he was here, did he seem different than normal? Was he overly excited, perhaps dour, or a
Don't
bit
think-
depressed,
I
or
mean, excited.
scared?
He, like I said, he had expressed interest in this tome he had procured, and was excited to find a potential client that might enjoy it. But no more or less so than any of the other strange things that he somehow finds his way into. He was able to get a lot of interesting items.
Interesting.
Fair enough.
All right. Well, unless anything has anything else, I'd just like to thank you for your help.
Yes, we appreciate it.
Hope we didn't overly disturb your evening.
No, of course. He raises his glass, and the others do at the table. Have a good evening.
Thank
You
you.
too.
It was
Afternoon.
Thank you.
yeah, it is every. I'm bad.
So, I mean,
Probably
I
about
feel-
3:30 or so now.
Okay. How far is the Obsidian District from this place? Do we
don't know.
We don't know. We gotta ask.
Back to the bar.
Okay. Again, you wait for her to like finish up, and she comes over to you. Can I help you again? To
Yeah,
find
this
out
is-
what you needed.
I believe we did, and this should be a bit
Excellent.
quick. Do you happen to know how far and in which direction the Obsidian District would be from here?
Oh, that's just north of here. Right, the pathway up into the mountain. That'll take you there. Zephyr District's pretty large, and you're on the more southeastern edge of it. Probably take you a good 20 to 30 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Based on that, would I be able to sort of extrapolate how long it would take to get from where we're going back to where
the
we
Syrian
stay?
district.
Yeah, probably.
You'll maybe be able to spend about 30 or so minutes before having to
Before.
get back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
think that's gonna be.
So we might want to wait tomorrow and then go by each one of those places, see if they seen him come by
Yeah, I
in the
mean,
past week or so.
Well, I mean, we might be able to get at least a little bit done. I mean, we've got some time. I don't want to.
Okay, so we could visit one maybe.
Yeah,
Probably.
maybe.
another thing that we could do is look around this area to see if there are any shops that sell artifacts and the like. See
Maybe
if
someone does business directly with him.
Right, because I was thinking, I don't necessarily think we want to dive deep into a whole nother district of the city.
Right. Fair.
Without much more to go on than he might have a stronghold. He might have a storage facility.
Right. Also, he does possibly live around here,
Yeah,
so that might be a smarter use for time.
Live somewhere around in this district.
Yeah.
So,
All right. Well, we can give that a shot. See if we can find some local vendors, maybe outside of, this very bar. All right. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool. That is a very smart idea. So, if everybody is done being in here, I would like to leave the.
Yeah, you guys head out
and just look around for shops and such, and just see if we can basically find.
What are you looking for?
Find basically like find an antiquities dealer or someone who deals in with hard to find objects or rare objects or things like that.
Yeah,
this guy strikes me as kind of like the private seller or go between for a bigger seller.
Yeah, what kind of shops and stuff are around this area in general?
Yeah.
Stepping out. I mean, there have been plenty of there's been a general goods store. There's been clothing. There's been furniture. You passed what you thought was a jeweler.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Zephyr district?
Yeah.
This is the Zephyr district.
I'll make sure.
Those are the main ones that you can kind of remember. You're again only a short ways into the Zephyr district. You could go further to see potentially more shops, but
all right.
I mean, do we want to go further in, see if we see something?
And we could also try one thing that's I feel like kind of the obvious choice. We could try the general goods store because man's got to get groceries somewhere.
I mean, maybe.
That's just one thought. But we can also try digging a little deeper, see if we can find anyone else that we have a bit more of a professional relationship outside of that.
Yeah, I don't know how much he's gonna tell someone who just sells, I don't know, bread.
I don't know, maybe they would deliver bread. Who knows? Stranger things have happened.
I suppose so.
So where are you heading?
I mean, I'd kind of like to go deeper into the district and see if we see anything else that stands out, like a antique store or something.
Okay.
I'm fine with this.
You guys continue sort of walking down the street. Interestingly enough, just a ways in, you pass a strange building. Kind of looks like a prison or a gulag. Got bars lining the windows. Very square building. But you're not really quite sure what it's doing there. It's almost seems like a little bit out of place. Large. Kind of has its own kind of courtyard area filled with stone. Past that you see a small stone tower that looks like a shop. It's got the name Koth's Tower on it.
Neat.
You do see another few different shops here and there selling all manner of goods and services, a few mom and pop shops selling little jeweled trinkets. There are a couple of restaurants, but there's a lot of different stuff. And then continuing on again, you see another what looks to be tavern called the Perfumed Wreath.
Okay. Anyone try any of the shops we found so far? Or?
I mean, I'm just a little bit curious about the tower shop, but I don't know whether that's professional or personal, to be honest.
Stuff can be two things.
Well, he dealt in weird
artifacts
and stuff. Maybe
artifacts, antiquities, that sort of thing.
Right, maybe he dealt with some of the magical stores around here. Maybe he's provided some merchandise at some point.
Also, that building is real weird.
Well, you know what? We go into the tower. Maybe we can say, "Hey, by the way, what's that building over there?"
Well, why don't we go in and find out?
Okay, so you're heading over to the stone tower. So you see this like small stone tower. Looks like it's made of like an alabaster material that ends at a crowned peak at its spire.
Neat.
As you step inside, you see it contains quite low ceilings, and there is a table with like these arcane symbols and candles on it. And behind there is a male drow, dark-skinned elf, with these sky blue robes with these silver runes etched along the edges. White hair, short but cut cleanly, and wearing these dark spectacles over his eyes. Hello. How may I help you? Welcome to Coast Tower.
But actually, we were just looking to peruse your wares and such. Also, we are looking for we're looking for a gentleman who is actually a merchant of rare antiquities and artifacts and such. So we're sort of trying to see if there's anyone around who may have done business with him. A fellow by the name of Kelvor Bergen.
This man does not ring a bell.
All right. Yeah, fair enough. I had to try.
The city is very large.
Right.
Yes.
Maybe you might recognize him by...
If he is a merchant, then he may just not be doing business with me.
That's fair. So you haven't done business with a halfling fellow, black hair, scar on his left cheek? Anyone that meets that description, maybe?
I have done business with many halflings, but this does not ring a bell. That I cannot recall, to be honest.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. I would like to peruse your wares, though.
What are you looking for?
Well, we're sort of new in town. What does your store specialize in?
I am an enchanter by trade.
Oh.
I have a few different items that might be interesting.
I'm going to look at Campion and make sure he's not trying to lick any of the merchandise.
He looks kind of over you all. He goes, I have this. And he pulls out this sort of beautiful golden amulet with these like inlaid pearls and opals.
Mm-hmm.
This is helpful. It can improve your constitution against poisons and makes you more able to discern changes in behavior or help you guard your intellect.
Neat.
Maybe it's just like yawning.
That's fine.
No.
He's kind of like
he's like, is that it? Is that all I can do?
I have a dog that is a robot.
I'm sorry. What exactly are you looking for?
That is a good question.
He puts it off to like the side. He says, "Well, I have this as well," and he puts this sort of silver helm that has sort of this has like sort of a point in the center, covers the sort of the head and the sides of the face.
Mm-hmm.
This will allow you to protect yourself against the extreme cold.
That might be quite useful.
Consider we're about to go.
And
like below zero, or like when it's kind of chilly. Or,
We can't take
if I were
Campion
to
anywhere.
freeze your body right now with a spell, you would have some resistance to it.
Oh, that's good to know. Of the things you've shown so far, are these things that would just anyone can use just by pick them up, put them on, and then it's over? Or do you have to spend some sort of time getting more familiar with the item or something like that? I don't know how to describe attunement properly.
You will have to take time.
All right, that's good to know.
And the final item that may interest you, that I can think of, are these. They will allow you to, and he puts these sort of unassuming boots on the table.
Mm-hmm.
He says these will allow you to float freely for a little while.
Ha!
If you choose to.
Campion throws down one of his anti-gravitational discs. He's like,
Oh,
put that on anything that is below 300 pounds. That'll make it
And
float.
how many times can you do that a day?
I mean, as long as I can have materials to make more.
Which is how
Cap-
many times can you do that a day?
I mean, like, maybe 8.
You have to prepare to be able to use it. These allow you to do it whenever, wherever you want, with no cost.
And
to
it
your
allows you to-
arcane abilities.
And it just allows one to float, or like can you?
Yes, you levitate, similar to
yeah.
the spell.
I see.
Neat.
That's
At
exactly
will.
the same thing.
Yes, at will.
Yeah.
And this one,
I-
the same
I-
thing.
I
You have to
have-
spend some time getting to know the item to make it work.
Yes.
Neat. That is rather interesting.
I mean, that might actually be very helpful to us.
Again, I understand that spell is very simple cast, but
Yes.
it still does
It's-
take some
I-
arcane power, my friend. So-
You call it simple.
I apologize
he then
for my
brings
friend
over
there.
Oriana's hand. 'Cause she's
Can't
wearing
be-
the
can't be.
ring, right?
Ring of what?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah,
ring,
yeah,
the
she
ring
is.
going. He brings over the
Sorry,
ring and he's
my
like,
eyes
you
are
see
killing
this ring? It's a very complex ring, okay? It might seem like a piece of arcane jewelry, okay? But I can tell you right now, it uses the innate magical power with the wielder. It converts it and stores it, so when need be, it can be used to pull that power back within the wielder, energizing them once again.
We did not think this through, guys. We
I
did not
apologize
think
for.
this
I'm
through.
so
he's a
sorry.
bit of an
Am I-
enchanting
are
snob.
you-
Can your boots do that?
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, I'm gonna.
No,
Just,
I'm going to put
shove
my hand
Campion
over
back a little bit.
Campion's mouth, and I'm going to start pulling
He
him
starts
out
pulling
of the
out
store.
like different things from his bag. He sees this half
I'm-
finished
I am,
armor.
He ignores you and he turns to you and he goes, I am
Yeah.
sorry. Did
No,
you
part-
wish
no,
to
I am
peruse,
sorry,
or
sir.
you have someone who can do it for you? Then you are
I-
welcome to have your friend here enchant your items for
I-
you. I
I-
don't know why you are in my shop.
Well, you see, first, I apologize for my friend there. He is a bit of a snob when it comes to enchanting things, and so he can also do some. But we just wanted to see, what you might have. How much would those boots be, if you don't mind me asking?
Boots are 2,000 gold.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Exactly.
Anybody want boots? What can levitate?
And
I
What-
mean that's something to think about considering our current funds.
what
Mhm.
are the
Looks like
Yeah.
most of our gold.
And I will
Yeah.
tell you, the amulet, you get advantage versus any effects that cause the poison condition.
Mhm.
Once per day, you may grant yourself advantage on any insight skill check, and once per day, you may pass an intelligence saving throw you would otherwise have failed.
Oh, neat.
That is neat.
Yeah.
But also, I'm betting pretty pricey.
Yeah, but what's
Yeah,
the
that's
price
how I
tag
think
on
it's-
that shit,
But all I'm saying is that's.
what
Can your
about
items
the
do that, champion?
Your items do that. Get out of here,
Fucking
God.
Campion. We did not consider that Campion
No,
would be
I
an
didn't
excellent
think Campion-
enchanter.
And then the helmet just
Yeah.
grants resistance to cold damage.
right? What? How
Okay.
much were you willing to part with for the helmet?
The helmet, 1,200 gold.
Okay, that's not bad. If we're going icy place,
Yeah.
Well, we
we are
can.
next.
Yeah, we can talk about it. Perhaps come
Well,
back.
Icy
to
Place
this
isn't
video.
isn't next.
Well, next.
Yeah. It's soonish, but yeah.
Hold
If you
resistance.
wish to do business, you are welcome to come back. If you wish to take time to think about it, you are welcome as well.
Thank you kindly. I think we'll take some time and think about,
Of course. Do as you will.
Just out of curiosity, that odd building that's next to your shop, it does not seem to fit the surroundings.
Oh, trial and punishment. Yes.
And what would that be?
The temple to Torok.
Oh.
I see.
It is
I hope we
his
punish
nature,
him.
I think.
Okay. Very interesting. I was just curious as it didn't seem to suit the rest of the surroundings.
It is natural for, I suppose, those of us who have lived here a very long time. But I can understand how it could be strange. Still, given the gods, I think it makes sense for it to be.
All right then.
Hmm.
Today I learned what that building was.
Yes, indeed. All right.
Did we get a price on the
We
it
did
a
not.
necklace?
Yeah, we didn't get a price on the necklace. If you
How
want
much-
to.
how much are you
Is
for that?
4,000 gold.
Ooh,
Ooh.
that's really
Okay.
good though. It is.
All
yeah.
right.
It is, but we gotta
Yeah.
we gotta
Beef
get a
up the
job.
party funds. All right.
We gotta get
yeah.
a job and a half.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think we'll think about some of these items and come back. And I'm gonna kind of like start ushering Campion out of the building, as he has embarrassed us.
Has been
Yeah,
a pleasure.
Lecabrian
Come back
is
to
gonna be
Koth.
kind of like yelling out, "You call this enchantment? I call this ridiculousness!"
Campion.
My friend has been touched in the head. Just he's a
It's
little.
fine.
He's
I
got a few
understand
screws
a,
loose.
a man of trade. If he wishes
Right.
to do the job for your group, I wish him luck.
We prefer your items though. We still will come back and
Business, he just
and do
says,
trade.
business is business. Gold is gold. If you wish for items, you are welcome back in the shop.
Bal'taem's like, no, seriously, we really might want to come buy these. Please don't hold Campion against us.
He
Please
doesn't
don't jack
seem,
the
he
price up 'cause
literally
our
does
friend's a
not
jerk.
seem phased at all. His face is
Well, yeah,
stayed
like
very
this whole
like
thing.
deadpan.
Eh.
Like just when Campion was like yelling at him and like showing his discs, he kind of like just looked down at them and was like, "Oh, okay, I get it."
Very nice. As soon as we get outside, Campion, you cannot
Swear, I can't take you anywhere.
insult business folk when we're trying to A, investigate, and B, perhaps acquire things.
Those items are garbage. Okay, I could totally make. Just give me the right schematics. I can totally make those.
How long would it take you to make them?
A while.
How long is a while?
I don't know, Bal'taem. How long did it take you to poop?
Few
Not
minutes?
a long while, I would say.
I don't know how
are
that's
you-
relevant exactly.
I don't either. But
Comparing your inventions to someone's literal poo.
I don't know exactly how to respond to this.
We're not going to, I think.
Bless you, madam. All right. Well,
So now we know what the strange building is, and also
now we know to not take Campion to magic stores.
we do now know that. It's a valuable lesson we've learned.
We'll just have new things, and he'll just won't know about it. We'll just say we found them.
We're saying we're gonna cheat. We're gonna cheat on Campion. Have like an
Nah.
enchanter on the side.
Not in front of his face, though.
Side
Love it.
enchanter.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
Oh,
Well, they
Yeah.
do have some interesting. He does seem to have some interesting items.
He does.
Unfortunately, no information on our missing individual.
No, I don't know how much more we're gonna get by trying to dig around, unless there's some way we can try to track down where the man lives.
Right.
And for that, I don't know.
We don't know.
I don't think we're going to find that information out.
Well, we don't know who knows him in this town either.
We don't.
So.
I think also our only bet for maybe backtracking to where he might live would be to go to one of these places where he may have storage.
Right.
See if we can find out if he is a customer there, where his bills get sent.
Right.
Yeah.
If they've got an address on file for the guy, and then look over his stored goods, maybe check out his home after that. But I think we're kind of striking out at this point with just wandering around at random.
Right, but we did at least gain a little bit of valuable information.
We did.
Which is better than nothing.
It is. I'm not saying anything against what we've accomplished. No, I'm not saying anything else we've accomplished. What I'm saying is, I believe we've reached the end of what we can accomplish as of this point, with a current line of inquiry.
Right. And should we be interested in purchasing things, we might want to do a little bit about how the size of our money.
Yeah, we need to seek some alternate employment while we're about town.
Well, I mean, we could do that while Perry is out with Fulton taking the sights, and then when you come back, you know a bit more about the city. You can tell us more things about it. Seems like Fulton frequents this area, so.
Yeah, actually, that is something we can definitely do. We can see. Because I remember back, in other cities we've been in, there's at least some sort of centralized location where one can acquire about new jobs and such. Possibly this one has that as well, and then we can see if the things we've heard about are listed somewhere for, accomplish X task for pay as well as helping out.
I mean, I really would like to look into the illnesses and such, if we could be helpful at all.
And if all that fails, tomorrow I got some outfit that's gonna be ready. Maybe we go dancing.
Dancing.
Yeah, I was thinking ballroom.
Oh, okay then.
Do you have a place in mind for that, or you were just going to start random ballroom dancing wherever you happen to be and start a one-man dance party?
I don't really think out my plan when I was in the boat thinking
That's
about it.
Entirely on brand for you, yeah.
But I felt weird in the boat anyway, so maybe this was a thought in my head.
Oh, okay.
I just want to show off the new robe, really.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
If there's time.
All right.
Priorities and all that.
Right. What time is it about now?
At this point, close to 4, probably.
Okay,
So we still got about an hour before we need to leave this area to get back.
Yeah.
I mean,
could it just be possible that he's just not here right now?
It's entirely possible.
It is,
You
but
even heard the bartender say that it wasn't uncommon for him to just not be here for a period of time.
And
Right.
I would go along with believing that, except for two things. One, Lex has said he's been out of communication with her, and we all know exactly how persuasive she can be when she wants to talk to someone. Because we've seen how persuasive she is when she doesn't want to talk to someone, meaning us. So I imagine that works exactly as strong, if not more so, in the opposite direction. Also, he was excited about acquiring that tome around the time he disappeared. Now, if someone's, excited about new merchandise to have to unload, I imagine they'd be doing everything they can to get that done, and then bragging about it afterwards for something that they were, proud of accomplishing, possibly. But having him just disappear at random and then be completely unreachable for roughly about a week, that doesn't really add up.
We should exhaust all our options before we tell Lex or give her the bad news of we couldn't find anything. I think we didn't at least try. I think that's probably the worst conversation with her.
I mean,
Right.
and Lex did say she hadn't heard from him in a while, and that could mean more than a week. So.
Right.
Which means, he's been avoiding her for some time.
Or
Right,
he's been
and-
unable to communicate with her.
Right. Avoiding her is not really something I imagine people do.
I mean, she said that when he does not want to deal with her, he just tells her to fuck off. So,
Right.
her words, precisely. So,
Right, but just ghosting her like this doesn't seem like something he would do, according to her.
Also,
So-
I mean, yeah, if he made it big, I feel like he'd be like, haha, like, I don't need you, blah, 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 that type of thing.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I'm saying. He's so high on getting that tome of his that
Right.
maybe he would be able to sell it for enough that he could rub it in someone's face.
Right.
Especially someone that pisses you off a bit, like Lex seems to with him. Or at least, from time to time. So there's more to this than we haven't put together yet. But we will, as soon as we can actually make it down to look into his storage. See if maybe we can find some sort of clues.
I mean, we could also pop into that other tavern and see if he's been there. Maybe he changed locations.
Oh, that's possible. We can give it a shot. I mean, we're right here.
Yeah, because by the time we get there to the other district, it'll probably be a little late.
Yeah, I don't think we have time to look around the Obsidian District. We don't even know where exactly those
Yeah,
areas
you don't
are
know.
in the
Now
district.
that you've kind of like been casing this district.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get there.
These places are very big.
You
Yeah.
have
yeah.
like I said, about half an hour of time before it's going to take you the full time to get back to.
Okay.
Sure.
That couldn't hurt. We could try that other tavern and see if anyone else there has probably seen him.
Yeah, and
Okay.
also we can maybe ask if they know where we can go to acquire about jobs and such. That way we
That's
can
true.
kill two birds, one stone.
Fair enough.
So,
So to the perfumed wreath, I believe.
Okay. So you head over to the perfumed wreath.
we
which
do.
is just ahead of the tower. It's like this wooden row house. It's got a tanned wooden roof and vines covering the walls and the roof. As you enter inside, it is not quite as bustling at the moment as the previous tavern that you were in, the
Mhm.
Whirling Winds. This tavern, though, is a tavern. Doesn't seem to have rooms, but it does have like a low ceilings, and you actually see an area where there are no tables. It seems to have some sort of dance floor.
Oh,
Well, I guess we know where we're going tomorrow.
3 birds.
I make a
with one
note.
stone.
Has a dance floor so that when Bal'taem inevitably desires dancing.
Yeah.
And from the few people you see just nursing drinks or food at the bar, sort of peeking over every so often, you see hopping up onto what seem like stools, is a female goblin. Well dressed. Seems to be well dressed, but like as if a person from the 80s was like dressing now in like the 2020s.
Mhm.
Has a hat covering her gray hair, just like this nice sort of like wide-brimmed hat, and yeah, seems to just be manning the bar, cleaning glasses, cleaning up any dishware that people are finished with from their meals.
Cool.
Hmm.
Get to go up to this person.
Yes,
Yeah.
let's go to the bar.
Okay, so you head over to the bar, and she turns to you. Hello. Can I help you?
Yeah, I imagine you might be able to. Oh god.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, I've led other ones. You take this one.
You go, Bal'taem. If you seem to go off the rails, we'll
Put our
Alright.
hands over your mouth and drag you away like
Is
we do
there
with
something
Campion.
you need?
Yeah, I was looking for a mutual friend of mine. I was wondering maybe if they came in here at some point, maybe a few weeks ago, a couple of weeks ago. Halfling, name of Kelvor Bergen. Scar on his left cheek.
That
Black
name
hair.
does not ring a bell.
All right. Well,
Neither does the description.
okay.
that's unfortunate.
Well,
All right. Well, thought to try. This dance floor you have here, is this
Yes.
like every night you'll have dancing, or that's just like you have a special night that there's stuff that happens here, or just
Every night we have a band and we have dancing.
that is excellent news to hear. Thank you.
One other thing, if you don't mind. Would you happen to know if there's any kind of, I don't know, job board or anything around? We, are the adventuring type. Figured if there's any way we can help out and also get some coin for our trouble, maybe there's a place we could go where that sort of information is centralized. Or if you know that at all.
She kind of just stares at you. They're
I'll stare
asking
back.
a lot of questions as non-patrons of my establishment.
Actually,
And
I'd
you're
like
right,
a glass
that
of
is
wine
quite rude of me.
while we're here.
Of course, let me get that for you. 1 silver.
I will slide over a silver. Thank you kindly.
You're welcome. Jobs. I mean, what kind of job would you like?
I just didn't know if there was any sort of centralized place where people just post things of if need X done, we'll pay Y amount of money, that sort of thing. Or if it's something that like the guards control, or there's some sort of centralized list, anything of the sort.
I see what you're looking for. This is a very large, extremely interconnected city. There may be establishments that are looking for something or the other, but maybe at the guard post they might have something of what you're looking for. Otherwise, most jobs would be helping at temples or helping at taverns as an actual place of employment, which does not seem what you're looking for.
Right.
We understand. Thank you.
Of course.
The
The Supreme Magistrate and her guard, plus the army, generally take care of most things. You could potentially join City Guard or the army. Get paid that way. But if you're just looking for a short-term endeavor, it's not really my area of expertise.
Right, that makes sense. We just happened to think, or stopping in to check if this person ever came in. He says he supposedly lives around here. Maybe we'll, check out 2 things at once if we can. So I do appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you kindly.
And then just let her get back to what she's doing.
Before we leave, I had one more question.
Yes.
Would you happen to know how to get to the Source Gambit from here?
It's in the Obsidian District.
Just
north of the Zephyr District. Just head up the path into the mountain.
Thank you.
Of course.
All right. So I think we have done about it. We can investigate unless we want to try to, I don't know, ask around on our way back. I don't want to make anyone late. We may want to just.
Yeah, you're gonna start push. You're gonna start pushing it because you've gone quite a bit into the actual Zephyr District at this point. You still have to leave and then head back.
Yeah.
So
I kind of
we'll
figured.
go ahead and start heading back and walk and talk as we.
I think we're good. I mean, I don't. I mean, Lex, I don't think assumed that we were going to solve her problem in a day. So,
No,
Right.
I just thought maybe we could, get started on
yeah, and we
getting
have.
some
So,
information.
And at this point, we might be able to actually get some sort of resolution tomorrow if we can get more information about him from
In the
either of the
Obsidian
storage
District?
places. Mhm.
Yeah.
Also, speaking of the Obsidian District, Oriana, I have a feeling I know where you're trying to get to. Do you want to just go on and go there on your own?
I was actually about to suggest that, yes.
All right, then have at it. We'll just go. You know where we're staying.
Mm-hmm.
you want someone to come with you, or I don't know how.
I'll be fine.
Okay.
Okay, so Oriana, you turn and head, continuing north towards the mountain ahead. The rest of you begin your trek back to the Syrian district and the Golden Cook. And as you're making your way in the two different directions to either head towards your engagement with Fulton, your evening meal at the tavern, or whatever you plan to do next, or to the Temple of Asmodeus in the Obsidian District, that is where we'll end tonight's episode.
Woo. Cool.
And pick it up there next week.
Awesome.
Yay!
Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us and sticking around. Lots to be done in a large city like this, so we hope you enjoyed.
Leaning us in Zuma.
Exactly. If you enjoyed the session, please share with your fellow D&D lovers. The best way to help a stream grow is to spread the word. And remember, folks, it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. Have a great Friday, make good choices, and we hope to see you back here next week. See you later, guys. Have a good night. Thank you so
Good night,
much for sticking
everybody.
with us.
Nice.